some of them you can tell that they really want to dominate, and they really want to be runners, and definitely they are going to be runners. You can see from the screen. The kids are not leaving any chance. They want to be number one. Number one is what they want. It's not just running. They want to win. Winning is a culture in Kenya. Winning is a culture in Kenya. We love dominating. I mean, especially running. We believe that it's a God-given talent. So in this country, we like to win. We like to win, and winning is part of our life. So this country, you can see from the younger age, the younger generation, that they are looking forward to win. They want to win, even winning for a small team. That makes life changing. I've seen a kid that it looks like 5-year-old, and that is really amazing. It's amazing to see them doing all this. They even following the line that they know this is where the route is. This is where we're supposed to run through, and running through to finish. It's amazing. And I'm excited to see all this generation coming up today, showing up for this event. This event these are the people who actually makes it to be what it is. This is the children that will be seeing them coming over and over again and participating in this beautiful event. This event, as I told you, it's held in Eldoret. Eldoret is where almost a radius of 30 miles away you can get Olympic champion, world record holder, Boston Marathon champion, London Marathon champion, Berlin Marathon champions. You can see all kind of people here. You can meet them, as I said before. You can meet them in all the coffee shops. You can meet them in restaurant. You can meet them on the street. You can meet them in the banks. You can meet them in the farm. It's amazing what Eldoret. For the guys that don't know Eldoret, you need to visit Eldoret. Eldoret is a very exciting city. It's cooler. It's surrounded by farming. It's where you can get fresh food. So Eldoret City is a very interesting place. Apart from running, we are also farmers. All these athletes, they were raised from the farm. I can tell you, no one was raised in the city in Eldoret. As I can tell you, I live 4 miles away from Eldoret, and that is still called rural home. Yeah. So as you see, all these athletes, they all come from the farms. They all went to public primary school, and none of them that I know that.
So how do you then recover the very big investment you've made to distribute energy to the
running is our sport, and our sport is part of us. Our sport is running. Over to you, Asbel, today.
Thank you very much, Abel Kibet. Here is my name, and as you've been told, you've been informed a lot by my colleague. Eldoret, Kenya, the fifth city in Kenya. The recent city, a very beautiful city indeed. As you've been told by my colleagues, it just lives 4 miles away from this town. I come from Mount Elgon, far away, like something like around 200 kilometers to this city. But just to assure you that just recently I had the privilege of being in the main capital city of Kenya, which is Nairobi. And if you compare it with Eldoret City is one of the most coolest cities in Kenya. I can assure you that being privileged to have gone to Kisumu City, to Mombasa, and to Nairobi City, Eldoret comes as the most coolest city. A very beautiful environment here, where Sirikwa Classics is happening today. Lobo Village, Kapseret, and Kapseret is not a very new name to most of you, those of you who are viewing this particular live broadcast, especially if you're from Kenya. This one is the constituency of His Excellency Honorable Engineer Oscar Sudi. Most of you know him. Most of you know the guy. And we are at Kapsaret, and we are really witnessing the winners, the category that is happening, which you can see from our screens. Bib number 4039, a very young lad coming to the finish line. Very young participant, finishing the 500 meters race. 500 meters race, very youngest participant, which makes this race one of the most beautiful races in Kenya. Sirikwa Classics, as you can see from your screens, Lobo Village, Eldoret, Kenya, one of the most youngest participants, who is not over 8 years, as I can see, and my colleague can confirm that this guy is, I think, below 5 years or 8 years, below 8 years, finishing his category 500 meters race, boys category 500 meters race. Very interesting to watch, a very young lad finishing this race. As we had told you earlier on, what makes this race beautiful, what you can see from your screens, our viewer, whoever is viewing this particular broadcast from Athletics Kenya, Lobo Village, coming to you live from Eldoret, Kenya. My name is Abel Kibet. You have seen one of the youngest, probably one of the youngest participants. I'm being told is 5 years old,
finishing 500 meters race, assuring you of the future. Tells you that Kenya, I'm very sure, and my colleague also is going to tell you that he's very sure that Kenya, one of the countries that is only the country, one of the only countries that is going to be confident to boast of those of the most youngest participants coming out of this race. A 5-year-old man finishing the 500 meters category. A 5-year-old man finishing the 500 Sirikwa Absa Classic Event Program category. I'm seeing a lot of fans. I can hear the sounds of vuvuzelas live from Eldoret. I can see a lot of cameramen. The security is well beefed up here at Sirikwa. Cameramen from different angles, making sure that you, the viewer who is not privileged to get to here, Lobo Village, gets the best angles, the best shots for you to even view this particular race, coming to you live from Lobo Village, Eldoret. It's 10:50. When it gets at 11:25, we'll be getting at the entertainment break as our program starts. The event program of Absa Sirikwa Classic, the 4th Absa Sirikwa Classic, coming to you live from Eldoret. Very beautiful scenes here from Eldoret. It's 10:50. We are now waiting for the 5 and 8 years girls meters, 500 meters for the 5 to 8 years girls. Very beautiful scenes here. Very beautiful scenes from Sirikwa Classics, Lobo Village here at Eldoret. Attracting very many participants. Assuring you that this one is one of those races that is attracting even the elite participants. The weather is very nice here.
And the race for the girls has now starting very well, building up very well. The young girls, 5 to 8 years race, 500 meters race for the young girls, between the age of 5 to 8 years, which is building up very well. There are very many, quite many participants in this particular race. Just to assure you of a very, very beautiful future here. Very, very beautiful future. I can see their coaches. I can see even the scouts. I can see musicians, various musicians and dancers from the larger Kalenjin community sub-tribe here at Eldoret, entertaining the viewers who have also come to participate and also to be part of this historical race, gold level race, Sirikwa Classics. Sirikwa Classics are being named after the people, the Kalenjin sub-tribe that live in this central part of Rift Valley, Kenya, here at Eldoret, occupying this place from 1900 before Christ. Those people had already occupied this place of Eldoret. Sirikwa, being a Kalenjin from Kapkugo, Mount Elgon, Sirikwa should be meaning the holes that have been formed by the cows, forming the name of this part, and also the people that live in this part, the central part of the Rift Valley part of Kenya, being here at Eldoret, Kenya. You're viewing this race from various parts of Kenya, various parts of the world. You can also tell us where you are watching and following this race being broadcasted to you by the Athletics Kenya, the race that is happening right from your screens. And we can see the winners, already the winners of 500 meters race, the youngest category, the very youngest category, girls, the girls category of 500 meters. We can already see the winners of this category, making it one of the most interesting races. Another winner coming to the closest, the finish, Sirikwa Classics. Now going to give the microphone to my colleague who is also keenly following this. I can see very, very many participants all over the world. I can see even those people as far as from the European Union, as far from Australia, as far from China, just beyond me, beyond my sight, I can see a white man together with I think probably men from here, Sirikwa, holding Kenyan flags to assure you of a beautiful race here happening from Sirikwa Classic. Back to my colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Aspel. You've seen the girls. The girls are saying, "Hey, where are you, Faye?
Yeah.
We want to race with you." Yeah, it's true. It is true that those girls really want to emulate Faith Kipyegon. They want to emulate Agnes Ngetich, the world record holder in 10. As you've seen the girls are coming to finish up their 500-meter race. It looks beautiful. They look very competitive. They look excited to have finished the race. And those ones who have not even finished, they look like they are working so hard. I can see a little girl. She looks 5-year-old. They're having fun. They have a T-shirt, green T-shirt, written Sirikwa Classic, World Cross Country. They are going to have that shirt, and they are going to remind them how this cross country was, because it's beautiful to be here today. I've seen the girls really saying, "Hey, I'm coming to finish. Next time I'll be here. I'll be 1 year older next year again when this event turns again on the same month next year." The girls seems excited to have finished, and they are marching like, "Oh yeah, we're here. we have finished the race and finishing very competitively. They know what competition is. I can tell even right now that the young girls, they are finishing. They have a kick. It's so interesting to see these little girls coming to finish up this race and say, hey, we were part of Sirikwa Classic World Cross Country Tour 2025. It's exciting to begin. You're here this way. It's exciting to go back to school and tell your classmate, tell your classmate, hey, guess what? I ran a Sirikwa Classic World Cross Country Tour. It's so beautiful to see these young girls. It's so beautiful to see their smile crossing their line. It's so beautiful to see the girls that in near future we are going to celebrate them in world tours. They are going to come here another time, 10, 15 years from now, and they're going to say, hey, this is where all it began. This is where we belong. We're coming to say thank you to the older generation that show us the path, show us the route, that this is what is going to happen in future. This is what has happened actually. And to the organizers of this event, we really appreciate that it's all happening in Eldoret. It's not a small feat for the locals that are planning to see you again next year, coming again and cheer you, coming and give you support. All those athletes, the younger athletes, the 5-year-old, all the way to the senior girls, 31-year-old Faith Kibiagon. The locals are here. You've seen the traditional dancers here, who we are really. They are coming here and say, hey, we are here to support you. We are part of this program. We are part of you. Whenever you are in Europe and racing these races, know that the villagers here in Eldoret and all over around from West Fogo to Eldo, Maragot, Maringo, Bomet, Kericho, Nandi, Transoia, Washington. We all appreciate you guys when you come here together and show us that you still belong here. Even after making a huge name for yourself, you still come and say thank you to the community that has supported you even when you don't know them, but they all know you. They are here today and say, hey, Faith, we see you on the big screen. We see you racing our flag in Olympics, in World Championship. Ever since 2016 Olympics in Brazil, I mean, we've seen you coming here and showing the younger generation, the younger girls, that it can happen to you. You can be successful like Faith Kibiagon. You can be successful like Agnes Ngeti. You can be successful like Moses Kiptanui. You can be successful like Ezekiel Kemboy. You can be known and you can be known winning all these races and even participating on that level. But it all starts from here. Those little girls that they've seen you today, those girls that they've seen you, that you are human, you are Faith, you are just like them. You look like them, you talk like them, and today you run like them. And today those guys, they are going home and sleeping like, we've seen Faith Kibiagon, and she greeted us, she waved us, even when you don't have to time to shake all those young girls' hands. But I can tell you what, you wave to them, it's going to be a life changing for them. Because we all take for granted. For myself, I mean, I've been had an opportunity to see all these great athletes. It's not the same for everyone else. These kids, they will go home, they'll go to school, they'll tell their teachers that we were in Lobo, Sirikwa Classic World Tour, and we saw Eliud Kipchoge, we saw Ezekiel Kemboy, we saw Alfred Kirwa, we saw Janet Chepkoskei, we saw, and even those ones, the older one that started, like Tekla Jamaboy, like Susan Sirma. Susan Sirwa was among the athletes that actually was the first one to win a medal.
Yes. Like we are going to 11:25 entertainment break. After this race, we don't have an event.
So are we on or not?
We have been on. In fact, I've been hearing you, but I think it was speaking from this, and because it was here.
Oh.
Even me, I've been hearing myself because I'm using this one as a playback.
Oh.
Yeah. So see, here is the event.
Toa hii sabia hapa hivi. So we're gonna have a break.
So it's literally a break.
One, two, three, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Mwambie ninaingia na Barnaba Korir. Haya, utanipea. By the director, Mr. Barnaba Korir, who has been able to have successful events. Mr. Korir, every time you're more impressed with the turnout of the, especially the kids athletes. We know you have the kids at heart. What does this make you feel? And perhaps, how many athletes, the kids athletes, how many do you have this time around?
First of all, Charity, I'm really excited, and of course, since we started, it's every year that we see an improvement in our activities. At least Kenya has started a program that ensures camps all over the country. There's so much interest that developing. We had under 20 that has been going on well, and then we embarked now on the kids athletics, which is very important. It is now the starting point for athletes in the country, and so far it has been very, very successful. You know, the import of this nurturing talent starts from the grassroots. It starts with the community, it starts with the families, and in the schools, the athletes will develop interest. We have seen the kids, the small ones, maybe 5 years, finishing 500 meters, and you can see that they are so happy about what they have achieved. In their minds, they'll never forget that. They have seen thousands of people now cheering them. They'll eventually see their photos when they are finishing. It is something that made in their life an history that they will not forget. Doing that means that the interest now will evolve over time, and they will know now this is the direction they want. So this is about nurturing talent. This is a starting point, and as Athletes Kenya's programs, we are really happy about it.
For this time round, what are the preparations for Sirikwa? How has it been for you, and how is the experience?
We have had Jared quite some time now. When we started, it was very difficult. There was so much stress involved in that because you don't know the outcome, how it's going to be. But now, the last 3 years has been a lesson in itself. Now we are going the 4th year. We have learned what to do. The only thing that we are doing now is to improve every time, to improve the areas that we are weak in the previous years. And that is exactly what has been happening. This event has grown in leaps and bounds, and World Athletics are also very, very happy about it. I don't know if there was a platinum, we could shoot for that, but we want to maintain the organization standards that we have placed. We don't want to go back again. Either we improve or we remain as it is. We are not going to go back again. Eventually, you have seen the interest from the public. That is what is very important. That's what counts, because when the communities accept and adopt the event, then it will last for a long time. So we sustain it with the support of the county, with the support of the counties within this region, and of course the support from the government has been exceptionally good. AK can only deliver what they get support from Absa, that they have been our partners for all these years. The government has been our pillar, and of course Athletes Kenya has been the body that implements what the government, the sponsors give us.
Speaking about our sponsors, the Absa Bank Kenya, we saw that they had trained some athletes on financial literacy and nutrition. Being a former athlete also, how important is financial literacy to an athlete and nutrition?
There have been 2 areas which have been a weak link in our athletes. One is, of course, the literacy about financial management, and another one is education. We wanted to make sure that our athletes also continue with education to open up their minds. It gives them more opportunities. When it comes to financial literacy, now it gives an opportunity to our athletes to learn on how they can manage their resources, manage themselves, on how they can project their passions to the public and also the media. This is exactly what we have been doing. We want to build that confidence in our athletes to know what they want in their lives. And we have seen some changes, and I'm sure you have seen also that most of them are gaining more confidence in their lives. They have also learned life skills on how they can continue with this sometimes complicated world. And we don't want our artists also to win prizes and then they don't utilize it for the rest of their lives. We don't want to have athletes that they make money and they fall back to poverty. We want to ensure that they continue. Again, we have to understand as a country that our artists also earn a lot of resources, a lot of money to our nation. We want to view it as part of the business. We cannot just see them as athletes that bring in medals and maybe the name of the country. But we want to see that this is a business venture that our artists can earn a living, that money they earn will also be used to develop economic standards of the country. We see how Eldoret is, we see how it is, Kapsabet, Kericho, Nyahururu, and all the areas where we have athletes dominating. We have seen the structures that they have built, we have seen the economy growing, and this is what we should look at, not necessarily about the medals. Let us as a country look at the resources the artists bring, what they can also contribute to the building of the nation. If we look at that, then we'll ensure that the facilities they require, the infrastructure they require, we ensure that they have it. It's like roads. If you don't have roads, you cannot do anything. So it's the same thing. If you don't have the stadiums, if we don't have the facilities, they cannot do much. But this is the fastest growing economy that we have to utilize because the sport is growing, and we have to accept it and adopt it and ensure that it's very successful.
Also, we are one of the lucky countries to have 3 gold label events here in the country. How does that, what does that mean for us as a country?
You know, it shows that the Federation, under the leadership of General Tue, has been very successful, focused, and making sure that they bring events to this nation. We have to accept that. We have to support the Federation. We cannot castigate a Federation that has put so much to this country. The only thing that the country can do is to support the institution of Athletics Kenya to ensure that we continue now nurturing talent and bringing resources to Kenya. If the leadership was not good, then you wouldn't have a race like this. You wouldn't have Kipkeno Classic. You wouldn't have the marathon. You wouldn't have the events that are going on in this country. You wouldn't have the athletes going to run representing this country. You will never have the athletes now winning Boston, winning New York, winning London. And how do you do that? I mean, we have other federations in this country that they have not done much. Their organization are not functional. But then when we have a functional federation and we continue castigating a federation that produces so much, we want to kill the goose that lays the golden egg, then we are wrong somewhere. So let us have to change our mindset to see what the federation has done for this country by ensuring that our athletes have opportunities in every level, from local to international.
Thank you so much, and all the best.
You're welcome. Thank you.
That was the race director, Mr. Barnaba Koril. He was talking about he was talking about the Sirikwa cross country, the 4th series, and also emphasizing on the importance of financial literacy amongst the athletes, who many and millions, and also later perhaps some of them there is a bit of mismanagement here and there. As we wait for our title sponsor, Mr. Sankok from Absa, karibu sana. Tell us your journey. How has it been? You've been with us since Kipkeino, Sirikwa, now you're here with us. How has it been for you?
Thank you very much. It's been an exciting journey really for us as Absa. Our brand purpose is your story matters, and we relate very well with the stories. We see the journey that athletics and sport is growing in this country. We have worked very well with Athletics Kenya, from Kipkeino Classic, a world event. Now we have seen the journey that Absa Sirikwa Classic is having. I think this is their 4th edition, and we've been here all the way. And this year we've come in a bigger and better way. We've scaled up our sponsorship from 3 million to 11 million, and it underscores the commitment and the passion that we have around sport. We want to nurture talent, and when you look at the categories of the talent being nurtured in this event, it's amazing. We have the under 8 years. We also have the above 60 years, and it's an experience of its own kind, and we will want to be associated with what's happening at as Absa Sirikwa Classic, because it gives an opportunity to everyone regardless of their age, number one, to exploit their talent, then number two, also for their health. So health-wise, body, mind is well taken care of, and we are very passionate about that. Thank you.
Yesterday you had a session with about 105 athletes, with the leader being in partnership with Eliud Kipchoge, about financial literacy. How important is financial literacy to the athlete and any other customer that wants to come and bank with Absa?
Thank you very much. So we have been very intentional and deliberate in empowering our athletes. We realize that having talent is not enough. You need to be empowered, and that's why we have put together some financial clinic sessions. And this week we were privileged to be hosted by Eliud Kipchoge in his camp, and we had 100 athletes therein, and we partnered with some industry players. We had Isaac who is an expert from a sportswear perspective, and was able to take them through sportswear, what to put on when you are racing, what to put on when you are training, so that they can be able to be more effective in the outcome of the sport. Then the other session we had was around nutrition. You notice that nutrition is at the core of what athletes go through, and we had an opportunity to also expose them to some of the insights that are critical around nutrition. And then on financial wellness, of course, that's our expertise. We took time to empower them on how best to embed the concepts of the values of savings and growing their wealth through investment solutions, and we were able to take them through a variety of product solutions that we can be able to avail to them upon being onboarded into Absa. So it's very important, because we all realize that the career span of an active athlete is maybe 15, 20 years at best, but during that time, whatever they make during those 15, 20 years is what will carry them along the rest of their life. So we are educating them on how best to invest so that they can have sustainable resources that can take care of themselves and their families for the rest of their life. Thank you.
For the athlete who is listening to you back at home right now and has heard about the financial literacy and wellness, what are some of the products that Absa has for them?
Yeah, so we have very, very good products, what we call tailor-made products, bespoke solutions for our athletes. Number one, we have an investment solution which could be which will help them if they have those investment solutions. Could be quarterly, you have some little savings you've put aside, and we can help you to grow. You have some savings, you can have a lump sum which you put aside, maybe annually or one-off or monthly, whichever savings model works for you. We have a solution that can help you to realize very good returns. In a period of 5 years, 10 years, or what
mentioning our sponsors, Absa. They are the guys who make sure that we are still entertainment, but we're calling upon the runners to go to the call room. The runners to go to the call room as we slowly wind up with the entertainment. We still have a number of them, but the runners should go to the call room to get ready for the next event, which is 2 kilometers for men and 2 kilometers for women, as we finalize the entertainment. Basi tunaanza kilomita 2 akina dada waelekee korum kwa sasa. 2 kilomita women waelekee korum kwa sasa. So, tunaweza kuendelea. 2 kilometers. That's a senior race for women. For women, 2 kilometers. So let's go at the top. 2 kilometers. As we very quickly wind up with entertainment. One more block.
Alright. Asante wenzangu. Sirikwa Warriors na watakuta. Sirikwa Warriors mko wapi? Usisahau tuko na 12 minutes only for the next race. Sirikwa Warriors na watakuta. Sirikwa Warriors mema mbite. Angusha moja.
Once again, we only have a few minutes before the start of the 2 kilometers. Sirikwa Warriors, let's get it going because we only have a few minutes for the 2 kilometers. Senior women is going to be live on TV. So let's get going. Thank you.
Sirikwa Warriors tumeambiwa hawa kwa miaka ambazo zilipita walikuwa hapa. Hiyo kweli si mchezo.
Look for women, and we're expecting to see various participants. Bib number 600. So hoping to see the light and the road will tell and go down this up over 2 kilometers. Just in the road is the best. It is in the list. Which Kamutai is the list and the rest now out. This one is a local village in Eldoret. First edition of Absa Sirikwa Classic World Cross Country. Quickly brilliant on one of the most amazing challenges and very quickly brilliant on most of you. ground yote, nimesikia ground yote. Sawa sawa, mimi niko kwa ground. Pate shot yake huku napata ya nyuma tu. Local village in Sirikwa class. This one is one of the gold level. Just contained of the wine, and Sirikwa being among one of the few gold level events attractive athletes. And since it's happening at home of champions, we know that we have very many champions. This is a particular city, the fifth city of Kenya, by Sirikwa. And right now, I'm holding on the start list of the Sirikwa cross-country gold tour event 2024. Group women is the event that is going to take place, the event that is currently taking place. As you can see from your screen, our cameraman doing a very wonderful job together with our technical team, just to make sure that you get this particular clearly wherever you are. Wherever you are. As you can see, now getting to the start. Now getting to the start of this activity. We'll be seeing the winner 2 kilometers. Kilometers just after the 1 hour break, just after the 1 hour break that we had. It was not just a normal break, we had a very wonderful presentation.
who is currently one of the most talented musicians led from Jericho, from Kenya, who is happening to be performing today at Absa Sirikwa class. She just performed, just performed poses look. For we know which is happening here at Sirikwa class, which is a gold level. I can see very many fans gas here. Maybe to be part and parcel, maybe to be part and parcel of this historical event. Remember, it's a good level, which means you participate in this event. You earn a point, makes you answer a point to that particular gold level event. And the one entertainment and the crowd which has gathered here to also enjoy the very beautiful cross-country event at the Noble Community. The fourth edition of Absa being the main sponsor of this event, Sirikwa Classic, all across country. And as I pass through my start list, I can see various athletes who are registered. All the way from bib number 600 to bib number.
are now going to the next event, Triza Asante. 2 kilometers for senior women, 2 kilometers, and both senior men for 2 kilometers. Those are the 5 races that we're going to have now. And it will include some amazing runners. Olympic champion Wanyoni is there. In the women's, we have Mary Mora. But for now, we are going for the women. And we're going to be live on TV. Absolutely, we are live on class, MTV, AK Facebook, AK YouTube, AK Instagram, and of course, the Ministry of Youth and Health, Youth Economy and Sport and Social Development Fund, and the county government of Massachusetts, and of course the Coca-Cola. Wote watumii kuanzia tunawapenda na tunawaenzi. We're proud of you. You come in large numbers to witness our heritage, to see our galaxy of women and men, our boys and girls who are gathered here today to ensure this is representing our culture. All walks of life. We are in the combination. Sirikwa Class is not coming to a number. This is the only all athletics continental tour in the continent of Africa of 55 countries. We are lucky. Call Ebo. We are going to center here on top. Lisa Chernoff, Stephen Molly, and Matthew Anderson. We are yet another epic run, 2 kilometers. We are yet witness. What you people are only watching on your television today is live here at the Congo village. And the household of one, Abraham Hussein, Zimbabwe. This is it. Octave, we are in Kansereza County, Wazirishu County, and of course the city of health. City number.
One of those events that is just preparing, being the Saturday being of February, which marks one of those events that will start the year. The recent one being that happened at Lumia's complex, which brought various athletes, various competitors. Many athletes participated in that particular cross event at Lumia.
Endelea na hiyo nione. Endelea na hiyo nione.
We also
Endelea na hiyo
the
endelea na hiyo.
women, and I'm now being joined by my colleague. Now being joined by my colleague who is of the 2 kilometers look women events here at the end of the class. Such as Sirikwa cross country going to 2018 gold medal this year.
Yeah.
Country tour right here at Sirikwa Lord. All the has been organized. More than half women look more than 42 very, very many elites. Various members here have registered this particular the likes of Emmanuel Manyonya in the list we had babe number 477 Shadrach Magut is in the list. Brad Cho is in the list. Constantine Chariot number 479 is a particular race, which is 2 kilometers. Look, women, which will be in a few just right about now. We really appreciate you viewers who are following this particular live from our page of Netflix Kenya. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much for tuning in. We don't take it for granted. From my space, our cameraman is doing a very wonderful job. Today, I can see very significant images and also very, very many athletes, very many athletes have done very many maybe to win and you're a people from this area. They like watching, they like participating, they like cheering to those who participate in these races. Being a home champions well known, Lord is well known for producing very, very many events of the coach, Elvis Kogi, Vivian Najat comes in this particular area. And as I look at my statistics, I can look very, I can see very many bits of registered very, very many big numbers being known that more than 40 participants are participating in this particular people up very well, very, very many in larger groups. I can see very, very many athletes participating in this. Building up very well. Technical insights. I can see them grouping those that love participating in groups. So their leader led 2 kilometers look women category happening right about now. And I've been joined by my colleague. Joined by my colleague. This particular race. Built up very well. The weather is very nice. The weather is very nice. For the participation, the weather is very good. Very conducive. 2,200 meters above the sea level. They are at Eldoret. And you know Eldoret is one of those areas very, very good weather for cross-country events. We have those that are in groups, those ladies that are in groups, various ladies listed in various bib numbers. From bib number 6, that's the bib number. From bib number 6 to bib number 600, we introduce more than 40 participants. In this various athletes have been trained for this particular group. We also have various prizes to be won.
Yeah?
You know, these athletes are also here for the prizes, which is encouraging.
Unabadilisha, umeweka haut, unatumia yenye iko haut kwa side yako.
From my end, I can see those with the straight.
Na huko ni nini? Shida ni nini? Sima hata mnauhakisha tena.
Strategic insights,
Yeah?
I've seen those that are started
Hospitali inafanya na ile game yenye mkitonya amekuja na ionyeshe
which is visible in this particular race.
na hiyo kamera ya kwanza ya kipo na ionyeshe. Siende live na hiyo. Enda live na hiyo kwanza. Eh.
In their mid races, they move. They look. These are this kind of athletes that they look themselves. They look for those places that they can build up so well, and maybe bring competition to their colleagues. These are not just a normal competition. Remember, they have a place known very well for producing what.
Amiga zisijendua maana lisiliaje au na maga dogorom kabisa. Eh,
Our viewers, being the fourth edition of the Absa.
ajo hiyo. Kama ni jambo hili maga vizuri. Amiga zi yaji baga baadaye. Eh?
Very well. Thank you very much to all of us that are tuning into this particular 2 kilometers kilometers for the women, 2 kilometers for the women. Building very well here. Sirikwa Classic. Training these athletes to help those that are I increase their paces as they we know we have those that are certainty on the finishing line, those that are building on the sides on the mid races, increasing their paces as the races are trying to build. I am not being joined by my colleague giving the advantage of the microphone. Welcome aboard, my colleague. Thank you very much.
Eh? Hapo ni aje? Eh?
Doing it so that they the girls you can see their feet is so fantastic. Those are the highlights and the 800 meters. Wow. You see them there. It's fantastic. Those are really fast times. Yeah, those are really fast times for the like I say, these stuff you're gonna see money in China as well that this is the one now they are going to start doing the intervals on the front so that right they're doing it for the stamina. This house on the street walk starting this is the last one. This is the last all over the world. The guys behind here and Danny.
Eh? Sijui. Eh. Twitter inatumika, hiyo Twitter hiyo imeandika technique. Imeandika technique. Yeah. Imeandika technique. Yeah. Na mna record. Kuna shida. Eh? Na siwezi kurudisha kwa nini? Kurudisha kwa yote kwa typing ile iendelee. Wiki network kidogo inatusumbua. Najaribu kusota kidogo tunajaribu kidogo. Network inatusumbua.
So, essentially, when settlement
Yeah. Ametumia the same thing. Ametumia kulingana. Sasa mwenye anaonyesha vitu vinavyo. Azera anamulika wapi? Watu wanamaliza ya. Yeah. Hello?
Thank you very much. Very, very competitive race. 9 kilometers look back. That one was the tough one, whereby we saw the likes of anyone from Montenegro, the boy from if I'm not wrong, Reynolds Cheriota, and even Amos will be receiving their positions as Reynolds Cheriota being from that big win of 2 kilometers. Look, a very tough race that has built up very well. As you can see also from the screen. This one is one of those particular events that has been very competitive, very competitive. We know this one is those particular races that has attracted the elite run. We've seen the likes of Minimo participating in a race all the way from capital Elgon, next from Mount Elgon. Minimo is from Mount Elgon. Cornelius Kemoy, I hope I'm not sure is from the south region. But Raymond Chiriot, the winner of this particular 2 kilometer race, we getting his information right about now. And one of the most interesting races, just picking up from morning until this one is one of the races that most of my colleagues commentators agree that one of the races that has built up very well. So one of the most competitive races of the day. 2 kilometers long for the men attracting elite. Being the goal level, remember those countries, you can appoint at a world level being one among the few, only countries and that gold level. Sirikwa being one of them. Images from camera just to assure you that just before the ladies, receiving or suddenly our producer just inform you as the way particular how it's not just it's very interesting. As you can see from the images, you can see man-made obstacles, a small to make it the most in Kenya is best most those the rest of we understand that most participants and it's the dream of every athlete to participate and we know and you remember yeah, you one of those gold my client. Very, very nice weather. Very, is the one among us just as I told you, just doing what a people level in the it takes place in Eldoret, famously known as home of champions due to rich low ground. This ground is not just a normal ground, it's ground producing most of those world record holders, athletes, lots of faith to 4 times world record holders, and confirmed their participation in this event. This event, initially known as a discovery cross I hope you used to discover those of the world class events. The conditions of this course, the course of the natural terrain was the man-made obstacles such they grass just to test the endurance of these athletes and the tactical ability which makes Absa Sirikwa that is happening on the height of 2,200 meters above the sea level, making it one of those most challenging races, favoring those runners that have been accustomed to such conditions. Eldoret, it's not that normal crowd. It's a home of champions. Those guys, the train in itself also comes to train here at Eldoret. Just in the 2 kilometers landing, 2 kilometers movement, cross-country event coming to an end. Very, very interesting. One of those events, I think amongst that has happened over the days that has been very competitive, very fierce. We saw various elite athletes participating in the sport. We saw the likes of Minimo and Emily from Angola participating in this event. Cornelius Kemau was in this, Raymond Cheriot was in this, the Century Sport of Kenya. Amos was in this, I think.
And of course, the Ethiopians, I saw very confident Ethiopians yesterday at the press conference. How do you feel about this year's edition?
Well, I'm so impressed with the Sirikwa cross country. Being the 4th edition, it is like it has been here for decades. The reason is because that as the 3rd major event in Kenya in the last 2024-25 season, it shows that our country is on the right track, especially in athletics development. What we have seen here this morning was the high number of young people. These are the future of athletics in this country. And as the talent center of running in this country, it shows that we are going to join a tradition in cross country, which is almost 100 years old. If you look at Sirikwa, it is the youngest of the by John Ngugi, and mind you, these were the guys that dominated cross country. These are the father figures of cross country in this country. Additionally, we saw in the same race that Paul Terragat, who went on if you look again, we look at the 70th Cross International Zano Paz in Spain. Again, this is the 2nd oldest race, followed by San Sebastian again in Spain. It shows that Spain has a very rich history of cross-country running, and much as they started so many decades ago, and the fact that we started showing our domination in cross-country from 1987, or when Paul Kipkoech won, we have never looked back. Mm-hmm. Now, closer home, all these great athletes used to look forward towards these events, which previously were known as the World Cross Challenge, now renamed the tour, the Cross Tour, for them to go and have opportunities to train or to prepare for the World Championships. Now, it is a reverse in that we have now our own 3 events. We have the National Cross Championship, Chepsaita, and now Sirikwa, being international races. That shows that the balance of power is shifting from the West, coming back to Africa, which is very good. And when you see at the ambience here, you look at the water pools. You look at the man-made barriers, the hills. It shows that this course and this event actually shows that much as we organized or we hosted the 2007 World Cross Country Championship, that actually the championships should come to Kenya, and should they ever return to Kenya, then this should be the race to do that. So because we have, for the last 4 editions, we have had what you call a dress rehearsal and shown.
And something unique that comes from this, or rather something I realized, is that Burundi are also coming up really well in cross country.
Yeah, you see, when everything starts in Kenya, and when Kenya, be it football, be it motorsports, now with athletics, is that everybody would want to come to Kenya, will want to emulate. I'm sure after this, Uganda will want to bid, Rwanda, which is proving to be a sports destination in Africa, will want to bid. And in doing so, we'll have a bigger world tour, which makes a lot of sense for Africans. And the fact that the prize money is actually sourced locally with such great sponsors like the bank. It shows that...
yeah, that's great. And of course, talking about the obstacle, the man-made hills, the obstacles, this is one of it. The elevation, I think it is around...
2119
meters.
Yeah.
How important is this? And we talk about the corners, also the bends. How does an athlete come into this? And of course, how does it help an athlete, let's say, calculate his moves or her moves as they head towards the easier area, which is the flat area? And the course has been marked in a way that all these are into one. The corners, the bends, of course, the obstacles and everything.
First, let's start with the course itself. As you mentioned, Eldoret is at an elevation of 2119 meters above sea level. That's very high. Look at the other events in the World Tour. They're all basically at sea level. That means that this is an elevation of over 2,000 meters above sea level is very high. 2, what is the temperature today?
21 degrees. In the morning, I suspect right now we might be doing 20 or something. And of course, the sprinkler was introduced. The first time we saw this was during the Chepsite cross country.
Correct. Now, by in the next 1 hour, the temperature will, or when the main event of 2 events of the day are going to be held at a temperature level of about 27 degrees centigrade. Now, if you look at the wind, speed will be about 29. That is very high. It shows it's actually now wind is going to be 35 kilometers per hour, humidity 20%. It means
that's strong.
That is strong. I mean, that is subjecting the human body to the worst possible punishment.
Yes.
Now, we look at these other races, they're held at sea level. To me, if you ask me about this race, it has a lot of corners. I've seen so many races, so many courses which have hosted the World Cross Country Championships, and you cannot even compare. None of them you can compare to this course, including the Ngongu, the Ngong, or even the prisons. This is a well-designed, well-marked course, which again subjects the body into a lot of stress. Now, additionally, when you look at, again, this time of the year and again the destination, it means that this race will, with time, gain a lot of attention because in Europe, it is actually still in winter. And soon, before it goes to spring, it means that we can market this race as a summer break for cross-country for the rest of the world.
You've talked about Europe. Of course, it has several cross-country events which are gold level. But talk about this particular area, Lobo Village. The man himself, the man who came up with this course, he in his land, 3-time Boston Marathon champion, Mr. Ibrahim Hussein. I know you covered him during those days, and of course, great history there.
Well, Ibrahim. When he won the New York and Boston Marathon races, 87, 88, for me, I thought he was not human. He was superhuman. In the US, he was considered as a national hero, especially among the black people, because he had broken the glass ceiling for black people in distance running. Now, Ibrahim is also the father figure of marathon running. And more so, he's also very iconic. He's an iconic. He's a guy highly regarded, in the sense that prior to 1996 Olympics, he was covered in Time magazine. You know, you don't get that sort of attention in the world unless you have done something special. Now, Ibrahim, I know also he's the first Kenyan to come and start athletics management camp. The first one in Kapsabet, long before the foreigners came, and so he did his bit. Now again, he's doing even playing a greater part, in the sense that he's providing athletics with a forum, with the facilities that are not available anywhere else in this country. Now he has invested so much money, and that, I think, is something very positive for any person in this country. Any person you can call he's a hero. He has continued doing that, and you can see it has been a fantastic race. It's going to be fantastic this afternoon. And again, we seem to be setting a lot of fast. With these kids that were here this morning, about 300 or so, it shows that cross-country can become sort of a celebration of sorts at the world level. Mm-hmm. Like what World Athletics tried with the World Road Running Championship. That is by incorporating, bringing the local people to be part of that celebration.
And of course, we're talking about these things that we've seen happen. We look at the legacy and, of course, everything that happened. 2 weeks ago, we had 3 weeks ago, we had the National Cross Country Championships right here in Eldoret, where we saw a couple of big names upset, and, of course, new names coming up, records. Of course, not records. Cross country doesn't have a record, but good times. And through your experience, how important is this cross country to an athlete who wants to compete?
Quite a number of kids who are getting lost. We're getting reports that a number of kids are lost. I want to begin with teacher Pamela of a school called Kemetio Primary Academy. Please come forward here so that you can go with one of the children who is here. Make sure your kids, if you come with your kids, make sure you have them close to you, because we have a number of them that we're receiving lost. Daylight Academy, Toto Mwingine, another child was gotten lost. Collins, please. There's a child, Collins, Daylight Academy.
All right. Toto next one.
Front here, Collins.
Collins,
In the fifth place in various categories. How interesting is that? Not just recognizing the traditional traditional food, which is the first, the winner first runners up, the second runners up as a tradition in this competition.
This region, I tried to get a hotel room and there was none. That's also business coming in.
Oh yeah. Tourism is by hosting events in various parts of the country, encouraging local governments, county governments to bid for these events. As you have exactly said, let's assume that you have and people here in Eldoret who bought in Eldoret for the last 3 days, all the money will be left here. If you look further afield, look at Naivasha. Go to Naivasha, especially Moi South Road, and you see a lot of investment, especially in the construction and entertainment industry, which have been brought by Naivasha hosting the WRC World Rally Championship. So if we can continue having these events, already we have 3 major events here in Eldoret, Chipsaita, National Championship, and Sirikwa. Now we need already also we have Nairobi, the Standard Chartered. We have the Expressway Marathon. It means that sports is going to be diversified. Outside of competition, we are going to improve on our hospitality industry, transportation, either by air, our food consumption, because what has been consumed here, I'm sure the fish has come from Kisumu, the bananas, they have come from Western Kenya, the wheat has come from Kitale, and so on and so forth. And the meat has come from mostly probably in Masai land. It shows that sports, for us, if we can be able to maintain this momentum, sports is going to become a big economic activity which contributes.
watupe a special song ya Sirikwa Classic 2025. Wale ukienda go? Kichela Classic. Baada ya Sirikwa song, Wiki Brilliance utakaribia.
She's a KCX 715K Subaru. KCX 715K Subaru, please remove your vehicle where you've parked it. Please. KCX 715K.
Thank you. Apa? Yeah? Jump there, Vicky. Una. Yeah? Clear? Kero. Hey! Corre ba? Clear. Hey. You're right now, boys. Spirit in the car.
DJ. Asante DJ.
Tuendelee ama tusiendelee? Tuendelee ama tusiendelee? Aya, huyu ni dancer aende mahali. Ya mone.
Okay.
Akwano.
Kwetu ni Kaptumo, lakini kwetu kabisa ni Chepketon.
Safi. Wapiduri ya Nandi County. Asante. Wenzangu?
Yeah, so once again, Teresa, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, because of the events that are coming in a short time, let's keep the course clear. Let's keep the course clear where the athletes are soon coming to run. Please, let's keep the course clear. Otherwise, we're going to cause accidents for yourself and for the athletes. If you're crossing the course, please do it now before the next events start. So we still have a few minutes before the next races, which is 6 kilometers for under 20 for both men and women. As we wind up with the entertainment, Tiren.
Asante sana, we are waiting for that under 20
labatet nebo under 20 nebo komosto nebo tibik ele kaimuch entries chebo rwoik chemiten yu komiten rwoik konomu ak kosubkei ak entries choton chemiten en official start list noton nebo labatani tos imuch korwai rwoik choton tugul alak en rwoik choton chemiten en labatani.
This particular event, the Sirikwa class two gold level.
We have the attend here at Absa Sirikwa to make sure that those that have participated in a claim on their fish, so that maybe when they also go and participate in the national, we know participants that are participating one, you will see the next. Erected the attempt here to make sure that all those that are participating cleanly and ensure that the races are very competitive and attract various competitors from various parts of the world. Remember, this one is a gold level. One very as we build up on this
network ingani bi aji like your network kundi kapera baka kwenda mahali tu pata network sasa kumbe ningeenda mapema ningejisolve but sawa tu lakini sasa mtu amalize kila kitu hata kwa ingea kila kitu from one itakuwa again sasa itakuwa mtano bueno itakuwa na hair itaonekana itakuwa sawa visijali itakuwa sawa poleni puno zimetupiliwa sawa boleh ya wala sudah ya aku ini jawab ke dia bisa hospital bisa mana gitu ya bagus kita umesoma nikani hiyo ile ya hiyo ni kwa sawa iko sawa
they finished because of the heat. We have some amazing heat over here. So yeah, the winners of 6 kilometers, Cynthia Chepkumoy, followed by Chepkumoy.
Thank you very much. We now have the winners of 6 kilometers.
So here we are, 6 kilometers.
Cynthia Chepkumoy is the winner. Then we have Daniel Chepkumoy from Mountain. And just as you mentioned, some you cannot underestimate Uganda in this whole competition. Why? Why should we not underestimate Uganda? We have the Sabay people that live in Uganda, which is a sub-tribe of the Kalenjin, which is actually a sub-tribe of the Kalenjin that live in Uganda. And they have the same traits as the Kalenjin in Kenya. They have the same traits, they are good at things. We have seen the likes of the world record holder Joshua Cheptegei from Uganda, and he's a Kalenjin from Uganda, and it's so hard to just wash away Uganda from such.
Good things in store for us, even at the under 20 championships coming up next year, I believe.
Yeah, of course. The under 20 championships coming up, but then look at how they lined up from the start. And you could tell that it was all about positioning yourself. Joylene, look at her. Straight away, she knew that she had to place herself in a very comfortable place. But then Cynthia was there again. So it was Joylene and Cynthia shoulder to shoulder, but then there was also the national champion Lorna on the other side, trying so hard to ensure that she stayed afloat with the leading pack. And it was early days in this one, and as they went uphill, that was a place where it defined who was actually positioned well for this one. So the first lap was all about those big names staying in the leading pack, and you could see, you could feel some of them even had difficult moments, and when they went to that water area, it was so nice to see and for them to feel that, and you could see Joylene taking control of matters. That she looked really confident, this young Joylene, and of course Lorna was in second place. Lorna has also had a very good season, dominated the cross-country series, won the national championships, and of course did very well to ensure that she stayed with the leading pack. Then came Cynthia. Wasn't really in the picture right away because she looked like she was leggy quite in the first few kilometers, but then she decided to just take matters into her own hand. But then look at how well the two navigated through this course here at the Lobo Village, jumping through that reed area and of course heading into that, you say, the entertainment area.
That's right. It's been called the entertainment shelter.
The entertainment shelter.
And here it is. This is how Cynthia Chepkurui made a run for the finish and really just gave it everything. She had something left in the tank and determined that this is her year to become the Sirikwa Classic Under 20 Women's Champion.
But then I think Joylene might just have miscalculated towards the 150, and that's the confirmation. Cynthia Chepkurui, winner of the under 20 women 6-kilometer race, 28 minutes 38 seconds ahead of Joylene Chepkumoy, and Diana Chepkemoy, who just about edged Lorna Cherono to finish third.
I think Joylene would have had a much better outing today, but she fell, as those things do. Lorna Cherono, national champion, is now just off the podium in 4th place.
Very disappointing, but then of course, she's given a good account of herself, but then Uganda in position 6 and 7, and of course, Nancy Chepkurui of Uganda also coming in 26th position. So the Ugandans have also come, but not as they dominated at the Chepsaita. It is quite a different story here with, of course, Cynthia Chepkurui winning that one, and followed by Joylene Chepkemoi, and of course, Diana, who claimed silver last time out.
I don't know how disappointed Lorna Cherono should be, because she's only just about to turn 16 years of age. I think that was a gallant effort, and she did a really, really good job. The under 20 men, the 8 kilometers race is almost underway, and it is scheduled for 1:45 p.m. So it looks like we have about 3 minutes to go.
And look at the crowd.
The difference with this this race, as when you think about the women's race that has just that we've just completed, is that this is going to be a 4-lap race. So it's
4 laps on this course.
4 laps on this course. It's going to be 8 kilometers. Each they're going to go around the 2-kilometer loop. Each loop has an elevation of 13.8 meters, and that is considerable work, because when you do the cumulative elevation gain, then they'd have done about 51 meters.
That's huge. That's huge. Of course, the 8 kilometers under 20 men race. 62 athletes for this one, and watch out for a few minutes. Andrew Kipto Alamisi, very good name that has featured so much in the cross country series. He's one of the guys to watch out for. There is Brian Kipto, another big name, of course. Brian Kipto, born in 2006, the man. And there they are.
Kevin Kiprop, national champion. Should be a name to look out for.
Kevin Kiprop Biwot. 233, the man in the orange bib. That is the national champion. And then there is, I'm really longing to see what they are going to do. That fight indeed with Alamisi. Yeah, that is Kevin Kiprop in the orange bib.
Kevin Kiprop looking like he's very ready to work, and his counterpart Benson Tipapa Kirongosi also being highlighted for a bit. And we're just about to start. This is the under-20 men's race of the Sirikwa Classic 5th edition, 2025.
4 laps. And we expect the first 2 to be very tactical as they try and navigate through this course here at the Lobo Village. And off they go, the men under 28 kilometer race.
And clearly, this is one of the reasons why World Athletics stipulates that you need to have a wide starting area, because it gets very, very aggressive at the start, and you really don't want to have any unfortunate tumbles as we experienced with Joylene in the...
Talk about
Did I speak too soon?
You spoke too soon.
I literally spoke too soon.
But then it's all about how you position yourself. The national champion distinctively in the leading pack, but then just about studying how things are. But then we talked also about Andrew Alamisi, also did well at the Chepsaita. He'll be trying to see if he finishes on the podium in this one. So interesting times ahead in this 8 kilometers under 20 men.
In the lead, we have Owen Kapkama Korir. Owen Kapkama Korir being followed closely by Wellington Kipruto. And they've decided that their strategy is going to be to lead on the first lap.
Actually, it is a tactic that has worked for some. Like in Machakos during the first cross-country series, witnessed Asbel Kiprop in the 10 kilometer. He tried running from the front and he actually won it. But you find that most of the time it's not easy, as most of these athletes wade through moments and then fade out. Then it becomes difficult for them to maintain that top position. But the water getting more and more in that area, it means that...
And this is really what I spoke about. It's a pleasant experience if you're among the first races. But by the time you're coming to the penultimate event or the final event...
The elite events, yeah.
Then you could have a flood situation. Does it clean their shoes? I'm not sure. I'd like to be told exactly by the athletes.
It might clean your shoes, but you know straight away you're headed back to the dust.
Right. So then now, is it a muddy affair?
It's a muddy affair, so they're going to deal with it.
But maybe they prefer it to being hot and dusty.
Yeah.
Cooler but muddy.
Last evening, you could see them navigate through the coast, so I'm sure they were ready for any eventuality here. And you look at them right now, they knew what to expect, and it's something that we can always say has made it a big event, a spectacle. And the leading pack, of course, having Amos, the national champion, still trying to ensure that he stays with Amos in the lead at the moment. And we're still doing the first lap.
The bends in this course are actually quite pleasant. I believe there's only one hairpin bend that would need you to have a bit of technique as you navigate it. But for the most part, the bends are nicely spaced out and therefore provide a more pleasant experience.
Owen Kapkama Korir, now in second place. That is Gerald Kipkemboy. Andrew Kipto Alamisi, as expected, in third place at the moment. Very, very strong athlete, Alamisi.
Rogers Chalal also in contention. So you have three in the leading pack, but they've made up ground. And so now, you're not going to have any distinction in the leaders.
So difficult to tell who's going to walk away with this one. But as usual, the usual suspects in there. Brian Kipto currently in seventh. So it's getting very, very interesting. Kevin Kipto, for the first time, I think he's trying to locate where Alamisi is, because they've had a really healthy competition over the last few races. And you can see the national champion now in fourth place.
And Andrew Kipto Kiprop still leading.
Looks to be a very, very strong athlete. You look at him, he's not grimacing at all. So that tells you that it's going to be very interesting as they go through those hurdles.
Rogers Chalal now wanting to make a break for the lead. Rogers Chalal, which should be bib number 230.
Kipto Chebor Elias now in second. Simon Kipngetich currently in third place. So as they go downhill, Alamisi still in third place. Simon Kipngetich, the man born in 2006, and now they go to that flat area where they try also get into that thick part of it. And Kevin Kipto right now taking the lead for the first time in this race.
Yes, Brian Kiptarus Kandie is now in the lead.
Can see Nicholas Kipchumba in 24th. Not really where he liked being. But Brian, Kelvin Kipruto right now he's now in second place, the national champion. But then you look at the chasing pack, they are all together. So Kiptarus Kandie, after the first lap, still leading. Andrew Kipto Alamisi in second, with Kiprono Kipkorir Emmanuel in third.
A 6:37 split for the first lap is not too shabby. And we had Kiptarus Kandie Brian in the lead, Kipto Alamisi Andrew, and then Kiprono Kipkorir Emmanuel. Those are the three top athletes at the finishing of the first lap, the first loop.
Into the second lap of this one. And of course, it is Brian Kandie. But then Andrew Alamisi, look at him, he's just maintained that in the top two. Is either second or third in this one. But then Kelvin Kiprop.
Kevin Kiprop, BWAT national champion of in the junior men category, looks like he's just running a measured race and will decide, a tactful race, and will decide to kick when it matters.
And still, Brian Kandie still navigating through that. Into the second lap, and of course, Peter Njenga, you've been observing this. The usual suspects in the leading pack.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. Let me comment on what I saw about the junior women's race. In my opinion, this is a reawakening of women, especially at the beginning of this decade. We should note that the women now are the ones who are pushing the agenda of athletics in this country. This race was started in honor of Agnes Tirop, and in between we have seen women performing extremely well at all levels of competition. And let's talk of Paris Olympics, for example. Yeah, we noted that Kenya finished third in athletics, second behind the United States. But it is the women, that is Beatrice Chebet, Faith Chipiegon, we had Mary Mora and Faith Cherotich and Helen Obiri. If you look at it from a statistical point of view, you'll note that our women actually finished third. If they were a country, they would have finished third behind the United States and Canada in the athletics table, as well as 23rd overall in the world. This is a very good observation in the sense that our women of late, they have been performing, they have achieved quite a lot. And as we also celebrate this race, we should note that and remember that they have breached so many barriers in the sense that they have actually outperformed men in very many circles. Let's go back to history. The period between 2001 and 2003, Margaret Okai won the New York City Marathon, and in doing so, she was able to go and ring the bell to start trading at the New York Stock Exchange. You never get such an opportunity elsewhere. No Kenyan has ever been given such an opportunity. Neither do you get such an opportunity anywhere else in the world. And that was a great honor for Margaret Okayo. Then we should remember that in 2006, Tekla Rorupe was invited to the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. You see, now when we see all these achievements, we should note that these women that we have seen here, and as earlier I had mentioned, these are the stars of 2028 Los Angeles Olympics. They will obviously be looking to outperform men, and in doing so, we should note that the women are no longer there as, journey people. They are there to create history, raise standards, and make athletics exciting. As we wait for Faith Kipyegon, the star attraction of this race, not only here at Lobo, but globally, we should note that Faith has achieved quite a lot since she started running as a junior athlete. Like the girls we have seen this afternoon. Faith, after winning the Olympic 1500 meters in Paris, she was invited in a women's only race in New York, where the prize money on offer was actually twice what the Diamond League was offering, and she was quite a star, and with bringing freshness in athletics competition. So I'm glad to say that I'm very impressed with what we are going to see. We have already seen with the women and what we are looking forward to, especially in the senior women's race.
Kevin Kiprop, as just predicted during the first few meters, he's just done what is normally done as an under-20 athlete, and you can see he's now controlling matters, won in Chepsaita, won the national championships, and is on course to maybe winning this one. What can you talk about this man? He's completely dominating this cross-country, the under-20 category.
I just want to know what they're feeding themselves at Sinoin Camp in Baringo County, because it's quite special, that kind of dominance. He hasn't had a bad day yet.
Yeah, won at Chepsaita, that was last year, then went ahead to win the national championships, and is on course to maybe winning this one, but of course facing a strong opposition from the likes of Brian Kandia, and of course we're talking about Andrew Alamisi, who's also had a very, very good season so far. But then talk about the split in the second lap. It was about 12 minutes, 40 seconds. That means we're predicting around 38, 37.
The second lap was like a couple seconds slower than the first, for sure.
The first one was 6 minutes 31?
27.
27.
Right.
So this is slower.
Oh, sorry, 37.
37.
Right.
Yes. So into the second lap, they've done 12 minutes 40.
And I think that's expected. It's expected.
This man.
It's hard to have negative splits on such a course.
On such a course. And then look at how well he's positioned himself, Mr. Kevin Kiprop. He has actually decided to take matters into his own hands and, of course, lead everything that is happening here. He looks really strong, checks over his shoulder, might be one of the big names we'll be talking about in the coming. But talk about also Kimuoro Festus, now currently in second. Alamisi might have fallen quite behind. So it is Kiprop Biwot and Kimuoro Festus. Kiprono Emmanuel in third.
Emmanuel Kiprono Kipkorir is the taller of the three. And he looks like now he has determined to be one of the athletes that will be in contention for the podium.
Looks likely to be the three at the moment, with the national champion just navigating, check over his shoulder to see where his closest challenger is.
And you know, speaking of contention, there's prize money up for grabs. And the winners in the under-20 category, the champions in the Sirikwa Classic under-20 categories, both men and women, will walk away with $1,250, which translates to about 162,500 Kenya shillings. Not too shabby.
Not too shabby.
For a day at work.
For a day at work, you look at the effort they placed in preparations. That should be some good return.
Second and third place finishers will walk away with $1,000 and $800. And this will all be remitted in dollars. So the exchange rate is just an estimation, really.
Look at that, Brian now taking the lead. It is Festus still trying to see if he can actually go toe-to-toe with Kevin, who's now fallen to fourth. So it's still very tactical, very early days in this race. as we head towards the third lap. 4 athletes in the leading pack as they head towards the last lap of this one.
And such hills really contribute to the elevation gain that they'd have to work through. For the under 20 men, like I mentioned earlier, I think I said 51, but the cumulative elevation gain is actually 55 meters. And if you think about it, like you're walking upwards at 2,000 meters above sea level, then it just gets as challenging as it can get.
And then also the heat, the sun. We've talked about the conditions here. Look at how it is. Then it will be very important for either of these athletes to try and, let's say, time his runs well, know when to kick, know when to go slowly, as Kevin is trying to do here. He looks really experienced as he takes the outside lane. I don't understand why he's decided to run away from the rest of the field. He seems to be gesturing to these others like, okay, you want your way? Okay, you can have your way.
But I guess he's a bit of a trendsetter because they're now running towards him.
He actually is trying.
Or did he go back?
He didn't go back. It's like he's trailing them to stop intimidating him. And currently it is Kiprono leading the way. But then I'm looking at Mr. Kevin. He looks to be very strong. He looks to be very tactically able to go away, just dash away and take that lead, extend it to whatever meters he he wants. But then that is Festus Kimoro. He's really also given a good account of himself, Mr. Kiprono. From the second lap, he's gone head-to-head with Kevin Kiprop. So it is a very, very interesting race. And as you can see, nothing yet much to separate this great talent in the leading group.
Festus Kimoro in first place at this time, followed by the tall figure of Emmanuel Kiprono Kipkorir. But it's still a packed leading group. And if my eyes do not deceive me, it looks like they're making a surge now.
They are into the last lap, the fourth lap of this one. And of course, this is where they decide to go full throttle. And now it is time for Kevin, being cheered by the home crowd, to go. Mr. Brian Kiptaru has fallen way back. But then Kevin, who is the national champion, knows exactly what it takes to finish on the podium. Hits the front for the first time, not for the first time in this race, but then he's decided to go all the way. He did it in Chepsaita. He knows he has what it takes to win this one.
Kevin Kiprop trains at Sinoin in Baringo County, and he's definitely making a surge for it. Kevin Kiprop is determined to be champion in all sorts of wonderful events that we're going to have in this country, and that's 2 gold events, the Great Chepsaita Run, as well as Sirikwa Classic, and then the bronze level, the national championships. Kelvin Kiprop is proving his dominance, and it looks like no one has anything to be able to compete against.
The most interesting thing about Kelvin is that all along he's been timing his runs. He's tried to go in front and then let them come to him. But right now, he knows that he has tactically beaten his opponents. He's tactically beaten the second group because he looked over his shoulder, saw that there was nobody who was actually challenging him. Then he decided to take the kick. He is in control of this race, and now you look at how well he's navigating through those corners. Festus trying so hard to stay in touch with him, but it's all about Kevin. If he maintains like this, he is a big name to watch.
Kelvin is only 16 years of age, but he's running such a mature race. It's incredible to see if the chasing pack will have any chance whatsoever to catch up with him. But he looks like he's giving it his all. He's reserved his energy for this moment, and that's what you do, because at lap 4 is when you need to put down the gauntlet. You need to declare that you came here to become champion.
That is Kevin Kipkorir, the man born in 2008 in October. He knows that he's got this one. He knows that he has what it takes to finish this. He knows that he has every single thing to make history. He's going to be the champion here at the Sirikwa Classic. Will he? Yes, he will, because he's so determined. He tries to check who is coming. Nobody at all. The second park, just like 20, 30 meters away, Kevin is a man destined for greatness. Destined for greatness, this man.
Kelvin Kiprop, and if it's right to my eyes, Kelvin Kiprop is being followed closely by Emmanuel Kiprono Kip-Korir. And now, really, Kelvin Kiprop has this, barring any disaster. Kelvin Kiprop be what? National champion, great Chepsaita cross-country run champion, going over the potted reeds and really putting his grind to grinding all the way to the finish line.
Actually, this man has just done it all. A hat-trick of victories in Chepsaita, in the national championships, and now he's on his way to win the Sirikwa Classic here at the Lobo Village. He's being cheered on by the home crowd. You can feel everybody has that adrenaline as he goes uphill on the last obstacle, downhill, and he knows now he has the flat surface to navigate.
No one looks like a match for Kelvin Kiprop Biwott. This is his race to win. And that's just what that is. Kelvin Kiprop now passing by the start on his way to the finish. Kelvin Kiprop Biwott looking very, very dominant. And still, there's a battle for second and third. It's a battle for the podium with Emmanuel Kiprono Kip-Korir, the tallest in the field, looking also to make his mark.
Kelvin waving at the crowd, and he knows that he got this heading into the last 100 meters. He's going to be the new champion, the under 28 kilometers men's race. That man in Chepsaita, the national championship, and now the new Sirikwa Classic under 28 kilometer champion.
I mean, I'm not so sure what happened in the battle for second, because it looked to me like Kiprono was obstructing.
Yeah, Fanuel Kibet actually came in second with Kimoro, who also had a very good race coming in third. And that is Kelvin waving to the crowd, celebrating just before he crossed, heading into the home stretch. He knew that he got this, pumped his chest. He knew that this is my victory. I've done it in Chepsaita. I've done it in the national championships. Now I've done it in Sirikwa.
Kelvin Kiprop, national champion, very, very dominant. But the drama was with the rest of the podium.
Push and shove for a place on the podium. And it is Kelvin Kiprop at the end of the day. 24 minutes, 25 seconds to win the 8 kilometers men's race.
Franklin Kibet-Chebet had just enough to make it to second position. And what a disappointment for Emmanuel Kiprono Kip-Korir. And I suppose he just couldn't take it at some point.
He finished fourth. So Kevin Biwott, 24 minutes, 25 seconds. Kibet-Chebet Franklin, 24 minutes, 27 seconds with Kimoror. Festus, 24 minutes, 27 seconds. I'm trying to locate Andrew Alamisi, who had a very good start, but then could not keep up with the pace of Kevin as it was in the Chepsaita Great Cross Country earlier on, late last year. But this is one race that you can say has been very fascinating. You look at the way they came off from Gant, and it was a very closely contested race into the first few meters as athletes lined up themselves heading into the potted reed, into that entertainment block. And this is one of the these are one of the places where we could feel these athletes coming in strongly, and of course placing themselves to ensure that they have a very good positioning heading into the first 1 kilometers. And that Kevin was in fourth place, and Walamisi was still in the picture, but then it was a very tactical race from the national champion, who looked really strong, the 16-year-old Kevin Kiprop Biwott, who is now the champion on this course.
What a name to look out for. At just 16 years of age, with a very, very dominant cross-country season. In fact, I think in Kenya he ranks first, without a doubt.
And that reminds me, we are talking about the next Olympic Games in 2028. I think Kevin will dominate until then, because he looks really strong. He is one of the juniors that I feel they need to be protected as they scale up in their careers. And this man, I'm sure he will give Kenyans and the world at large very, very good moments, especially if not in the cross country, also on the track.
And I think that's why it's very, very important to have a mature coach, a coach, a well-trained coach, to ensure that Kelvin Kiprop is able to maintain this kind of dominance with this kind of form, because he's definitely one of the more special talents.
He's a special talent. He's already dominating the cross-country scene. You can see everyone wants a piece of Kiprop here at the Lobo village. And of course, the beautiful, beautiful scenes from this beautiful course here. And that has been Kevin Kiprop, of course, the confirmation of the results, winning in a time of 24 minutes, 25 seconds. Franklin Kibet coming in second place in a time of 24 minutes, 27 seconds, with Kibet Franklin finishing third, 24 minutes, 27 seconds. It was a photo finish. You look at them, they finished. It was a photo finish between Franklin Chebet and Festus Kimoro. Andrew Alamisi disappointingly finishing 13th. That was unexpected, because he's had a very good season in the cross-country series. Looking at the first Ugandan 8th placed Abraham Cherotich, he finished in 8th. In a race, of course, he was the only Ugandan. That tells you that he might have felt really lonely in this race compared to the women's race, where we had 4 Ugandans taking part in that.
And out of the 62 entries, it looks like 40 actually participated and were finishers and completed this very, very challenging but beautiful nonetheless Sirikwa Classic under 20 men's 8-kilometer race. 4 loops, elevation gain of 55 meters cumulatively. It's no walk in the park. But Kevin Kiprop Biwott has shown us what this kind of dominant. In fact, it'll be interesting to see what to expect from him in the outdoor season, because he's only 16. He's got a long, long way to go. And he trains in Sonoin in Biwott County. And I just want to know, Peter Njenga, what other good exports have we had as a country from Baringo County?
Thank you, Manya. This was a very interesting and exciting race, and we can see a champion in the making, because once you succeed in cross country, it means that your performance is a precursor of what is going to happen on the track. So I'm seeing this young man doing extremely well at the Tokyo World Championships, and he'll obviously come of age at the Olympics, and he's actually the face of the future of athletics in this country. He's following in the footsteps of great athletes who hail from the Baringo area, led by none other than the 5-time world cross-country champion, former marathon world record holder, and twice 10,000 meters Olympics silver medalist. That is the great Paul Treregat. Treregat, hails from Baringo, same as Ismail Chelanga, and many other young athletes who went on to conquer the world. So I can see hope in the future of this brilliant young athlete. And it was interesting in this race to note that the second 3 athletes, they were split. Their time was a photo finish, which is again very impressive. And as we talk about the track, this course, it is actually gives the opposite of the worst in the world, in the sense that all the
what is opposite of the worst? Best?
It is everything. It's to the extreme. I've seen the course. It's just like a Formula 1 circuit in some sections. And mind you, when Eliud Kipchoge was attempting to run the 1 hour marathon, he went to Italy, the Formula 1 circuit in Milan, and it shows that Formula 1, they are designed for speed, they are designed for endurance, they are designed to test the best.
And that's not the first interaction that we've had with cross country motorsports arenas, Bathurst, Australia.
Exactly.
And I believe you attended that competition in person.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I attended that competition, and it provided again the best of the worst. In that it had hills, it had corners. It was testing the cars to the extreme. It was testing the machines to the extreme. The same way that this Formula One circuit in Italy tested Eliud Kipchoge to the extreme, missing the 1 hour marathon by 25 seconds. Now here in this on this track, when I say it is the best of the worst, is that you see you have there's heat, there's humidity, there's wind, there's dust. First of all, there's dust, but dust should not be taken in any negative way, because the athletes, our athletes, or any athletes who took part in this World Athletics Tour, they were racing under very extreme weather conditions. That is in wintery Europe. That is under cold mud, cold water, snow, name it. Again, the best of the worst. So on both extremes, we can say that we have a distinction of giving or providing what is considered to be the ultimate test for human endurance. You can see the water. There's you have the barriers, you have the hills, you have that what you call it, the water fountain, and additionally you have those airtight bends. And I can see these athletes, they are taking the bends from the outside to save time. And that is what Kelvin did, and he was able to wear out the opposition and be able, to roam home so comfortably. It means that at Soin they are being trained hard, the Kenyan way. There's a book by Toby Tansa. It's called "Train Hard, Win Easy: The Kenyan Way." So when you see these guys winning, is not winning easy. Is that he has put a lot of mileage in training, in preparation, and I can see this young team, as we head now towards the track season, that we are going to have an extremely competitive track season in the lead up to the Tokyo World Championships.
Would you argue that we have underrepresentation at the Indo Championships typically?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. In that. Hello. Yeah. Yes, we have a representation which we can actually change, and why not? We can change the narrative. We can change the situation. The situation. Look at here. We're in Eldoret, not far away from here. We have Capsite Camp. Okay, in the Marakwet, in the Cherengani Hills. The weather conditions are extremely cold. It is very windy. It is very cold. And Capsite, I believe, is the highest habitable elevation where athletes train. So when we train in such conditions, and we look for other areas like, let's say, Nyahururu, we are obviously going to be able to train our athletes there, and they're going to be able to perform well in the world indoors because of the weather conditions.
I'd also argue that our lack of indoor facilities is a contributing factor. But then you have the chance for Kenyan athletes representing us who are part of the U.S. collegiate system, the NCAA athletes, Division 1, Division 2, Division 3, and they obviously have more access to these facilities on scholarship. And in some ways, I think that would be of great benefit to us.
Yeah, now, when we talk of facilities, it's not just a question of the government investing on facilities. It is also individuals. And Ibrahim Hussein has actually demonstrated that you can have an investment on such a piece of land that is bound to bring returns in the short and the long term. Now, it's upon Kenyans.
China ni Cynthia Chepkure kutoka Lemoti Camp under coach Paul Keme. Ya pili, nashukuru Mungu kwa sababu ameniwezesha mpaka nikakuwa position. Mbio ya leo haikuwa mbaya zaidi, lakini jua ilikuwa kali na upepo.
Pengine baada ya hapa ungependa kushiriki mbio gani?
Sahi prepare 5,000 meters. Track and field.
Ice rink, and the conditions are extremely ideal for indoor athletics activities.
We start off with the bronze medalist Diana Chepkemoi, who steps up in a way that she did before in the 3,000-meter steeplechase in Peru, Lima. Third place last year. Third place in Zambia as well a year before.
And yes, we continue with sights and sounds. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is Faith Kipyegon, three-time Olympic champion. Faith Kipyegon, world record holder in the 1,500 meters, and is looking to increase her distance to the 10,000. Even though for a while she held the 5,000 meter record for women.
Yeah, Faith is a talent that comes once in a generation. I mean, she has dominated the mid and long distance running, and I can see, much as I have not spoken to her, but I can see her life graph gravitating towards the longer distance, 10,000 meters, and possibly starting a career on road running. Look, she's a star athlete here. If she wins, she'll have achieved yet another milestone. Yeah, she's done very well on cross country, but I can see that she's also bringing class, interest in athletics as well, which is very good for the sport, as she becomes like the face of athletics, especially for the Gen Z population of this country.
That's right. It's not every day that you have Faith Kipyegon stretching her distance from the 1,500 or 5,000 meters to a cross country that's 10 kilometers long. She mentioned that she used to enjoy cross country much more back when it was the 8-kilometer distance for women, and now this 10 has been seeming a little bit of intimidating. But then this is what she likes to do to sort of build endurance as she prepares to move. Obviously, she has intentions to move to the 10,000 on the track, and she's looking to prove her mettle as a potential 10,000 meter athlete.
I think after conquering from the 15 to 5,000, now she's moving to 10. Well, she talks less about herself. She's very conservative about her achievements or even her potentials. But I can foresee that she's gravitating towards the longer events with time, and I will not be surprised that she's aiming to achieve the 10,000 meters win a 10,000 meters gold, either at the World Championships, and then in her opinion she becomes a complete athlete or a complete product.
And Faith Kipyegon has been poised to be going head to head with Agnes Getich, 10,000 meter road world record holder, and she's also possessing the second fastest time in the half marathon, winning the Valencia half marathon earlier on, not too long ago actually. So Faith Kipyegon actually also has a fantastic history in the cross country. As a junior, she won medals at the 2011 and 2013 World Cross Country Championships. And so other than the cross country is a surface that she understands well.
Yeah, this is completing the whole circle, yeah? She's where she started. She loved cross country, and because that cross country is the one that birthed her career that she is today. And so in competing here, she just wants to have that feeling of being full and completing a circle. But I think she wants that gold medal either at the Olympics or the World Championships at all costs. And given her tenacity, I can foresee that we still have a lot to see of Faith Kipyegon.
Agnes Getich is in the lead at the inaugural edition of the Sirikwa Classic, but back then it was being called the Agnes Tirop Memorial. She was a distant 17th.
Yes.
During that edition, and she placed fourth at the World Cross Country Championships in Belgrade in 2024, and that was a beautiful way to watch for the Kenyan women.
Absolutely.
Because it was a 1-5 absolute dominance of our women at that kind of stage. And did you attend that? Did you witness that, or only Bathurst?
It was only Bathurst, but again, from her progression, it shows that she's also a person on a mission. Probably this will be her day, and if that happens, then again we can see that she's also preparing well for Tokyo World Championships. So it's gonna be close because she understands this course, she understands the mission. So I don't foresee any other unforeseen circumstances. I don't see her faltering today.
That's right. Agnes Ngetich Jebet, world record holder in the 10-kilometer road on the road, as well as having the second fastest half marathon time. And there's Faith Kipyegon deciding not to let Agnes go too far away and having to play catch up for the rest of the race. This should be interesting to see how this builds up, how it pans out.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You see, she has decided that she wants to break the heart, as well as the spirit, as well as the muscles of the opposition. Now it will be very, very interesting because she has done this on purpose to break everybody, break away, and it's not rare. It is very rare to find an athlete competing at this level and under these weather conditions, breaking away without not having a game plan. So,
Agnes Jebet Ngetich.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So as you can see, Faith is closing in, because in that split of a second, she let her go. Now she has to work. She has to work very hard. She's also very experienced, so she's gradually going to reel her, and before long, in the next 1 or 2 laps, we are going to see an interesting race. But if she doesn't not up her game, then we are going to see very interesting and very interesting results in this race. But I can see Agnes, she's ready and she's rocking.
Agnes Jebet Ngetich is a typical front runner in most of her races. Even at the Belgrade Championships, she was front running for most of it. Just couldn't really keep up at the tail end of it. But from what I understand, she was not feeling well that day.
But from the way things are panning out, and from what I can see is that she's actually in her true form, and you can see that she's extending the gap. And this could be a very easy win for her, unless, and obviously, a lot do happen in cross country.
And Agnes Jebet is a history maker in more than one way. Other than being the world record holder and possessing the second fastest half marathon time, she is the first Kenyan to be signed onto the Grand Slam track as a racer, not a challenger. But she will be competing in the 3,000 meters and 5,000 meters, and that should be interesting to see how, what kind of performance she will have. Did you see her going over those potted reeds?
I mean, she's like a hop, skip, and jump. I mean, it looks so easy. It's like she's just doing a physical exercise. Despite the fact that this is a very serious competition, and as you can see, as you can see, the crowd is actually not cheering, but they are actually surprised. They are surprised, awed by what is unfolding in front of their eyes. That she can be able to to give such a classic display of talent, resilience. The fact that she has looked behind to see what is happening means that she's absolutely sure of what she's doing or what she's up to. And as you can see, the gap that she has already opened is the same gap that Kiptum, the winner of
the men's under 20.
The men's under 20 is the same gap, and if she can maintain the same gap, then you're going to see a new champion today.
And if she's able to run with this kind of speed, this kind of dominance, then it seems to me that she actually has a good shot at featuring very, very highly in the Grand Slam track.
Absolutely. I think for her, this is a final dress rehearsal for the world stage. And I can see a situation whereby she's actually going faster and faster and faster. You can see now this hill is called an agony hill. It's agony in the sense that as you climb, it is your heart that air is being removed from your lungs. But as you go down, your feet are subjected to too much pain. Then you have to recover. It takes about 10-20 meters to recover. But from what I've seen is that she has maintained her consistency.
With about 3 and change laps to go, it will be very, very interesting to see if Faith Kipyegon can actually catch up. What we do know is that Faith has speed. So if she still has her in her sights, by the time they're coming to the last lap, then Faith could actually do some damage.
Well, Faith always have faith in her own heart, and I tend to agree with you that it's not yet over. Probably the last lap is what we are going to see what will happen, because this is also a very good opportunity for Faith to show us and also to test herself to the maximum.
When people speak about Faith Kipyegon's journey, often you see photos of her running cross-country barefoot.
Yeah, as a small kid, like the kids that I saw today, and what was written on her face was that she was enjoying what she was doing. So here it is, she's not here for anything. She's just here to enjoy herself, because cross country, much as it is what made her to what she is today. But I think she's using this race to entertain, because she also has a responsibility to entertain Kenyans, and that's why her profile keeps on growing and making her, the people's princess of athletics.
Agnes Ngetich Jebet still looking very, very, very dominant. It's incredible to see that she's got the endurance and the stamina, which is what she said she was looking for in this cross-country season.
Mm-hmm.
It's a build-up to her Grand Slam, to her Grand Slam track season, and I think she might be competing exclusively at the Grand Slam track, because that's what Michael Johnson did. When you sign on, you cannot compete in anything else, not the Diamond Leagues. And he needs to know whatever conversations that you're having with other organizers of meets.
Yeah, then you see, she's a very important asset for world athletics, because now that new series, it's supposed to be the premium brand of athletics. And if what we are seeing today is that she's building up, it means she's here to train, to build on her endurance, to build on her speed, so that when she starts the track season, it is going to be all smooth sailing all through until the end of the season. But as again you can see, she's running her own race. There's absolutely no opposition. But also give it to Faith, because apart from these two, they have actually broken from the rest of the field. That means that it is something that is not planned, but it means that it is something that these two have in stock for us and also in stock for themselves.
Agnes Jebet Ngetich managed to cover the first lap in 6 minutes 46 seconds. Faith Kipyegon was following closely in second position with 6:56. Janet Chepngetich, who we cannot see at this time, finished the first loop in 7 minutes and 5 seconds.
So you're already talking of between first and third. You're talking of 1 full minute. Okay, and we have only covered 10 minutes of the scheduled time. That means that she can only now extend the gap, and not to allow anybody to close the gap.
After the first lap, the first lap split, it shows that they were 10 seconds apart.
10 seconds. Yes.
Agnes Jebet and Faith Kipyegon. But to me, it looks like Agnes has actually increased. There's more daylight between Agnes and Faith at this time.
Absolutely. Now, 11 seconds is quite. If you started the journey together, and after that elapsed distance, that there's already 11 seconds. Now, to catch up on 11 seconds, it means the other person must be static. And that is not what is happening. So I can only see, as you have said, the daylight is going to increase into nightfall. by dusk.
I'm amazed. I was wondering what kind of strategy that they'd employ. Would it be a tactful race? Would it be a front-running, all-out race? And it looks like Agnes is determined to just break more records.
It is heartwarming to see how she's performing. It has also lowered the expectation of the fans who had expected to see a close race, but instead it's like this is a crowning moment for Agnes. In that you can see what we said earlier, the distance now seems to be increasing by the second, and I don't see Faith catching up with her. Probably she'll just maintain her position, and I'm sure if she's looking behind, she's very comfortable, well aware that a second place is there for her taking.
Agnes Jebet-Ngetich actually turned 24 years of age last month on the 23rd of January. And at this age, she's looking like the future. Let me just say this, that the future for long distance running for women in Kenya is looking very, very bright.
Absolutely. Remember what I said about the women taking over? I said that, look, when you look at the Paris Olympics, if Kenya women were a country, they would have finished third overall on the athletics medal standing. Our men probably in position 11. And that was not by fluke. Look at the 2023 Budapest World Championships. They replicated what they did in Paris is what they replicated what they did in Budapest. Now, what do you expect in Tokyo? It's what she's only 24. Agnes is only 24. In a few months' time, she will be on the world stage. And if she becomes world champion, it means that by the time she's 28, she will still have reached her peak in time for the Tokyo, for the Los Angeles Olympics. So we have to give up for our lady runners. As you can see, it's like this is like the top two athletes. It's what you're calling daylight. It's like she's running her own race. She's the only athlete there. You may wonder, or you may ask, so where is the rest of the field? It shows that this shows how good she is, and there is nothing but hope in the horizon. We can see nothing but hope in the horizon, and you can see a bright future. And in doing so, we should celebrate our women, because as we head towards the track season, it means that we are going to see more women grabbing the headlines at a very...
Faith Kipyegon aga lelestana tangni go mut ko sir engela bato sikyoton jebo cross country en gasartan ne tesitai ko ne ndete gando indet ne tangni bo labatani tan ay labatini ne tan Agnes Chebet tos kimut ke bo orange Faith Kipyegon go chuchuche gap no tang ne tinge ne ndet labatini ne tan Agnes Chebet ananu di agoy king ay labatini ne tan Agnes Chebet ko gay geske lap no tang ne bo en kitab ko lenjin ko elega u lap no tang ne time ko noton lap no tang ne bo en mamiten wale tage tugulo tang ne go orianji meeting tai Agnes Chebet kaimuch ko chebet ka sartana tang ne sir Agnes Chebet en ga sartana tang ne bo lap no tang ne bo en kaimuch ko sir ga sartana bo dai go seglo aga segondi shekta manoxisit Faith Kipyegon ko chuchutagi ne ka sartana go sir englap ne tai ko ngeten dai go seglo segondi segono moglo agoy daigo seglo segondi shek tiptem aksogol janet chebnga tich ne miteneng boro idan ne bo sobokin guni ko kay much ko chuchutak ne ga sartanyin agoy daigo seg artam aktisab aga Cynthia chebnga no nendet ko world African champion ko miteneng boro idan ne ba ngon kay much ko sirga sartane bo daigo seglo aksegondi shek artam aktisab ingeger chin ka sarwe ko tan ga sirwo ek chutan ko koy batalaps ay ngu gotinya ga sarne bodai go shek tamanak sumuk ak segondi shek mut labotini natan Agnes Ngetich ne meeting tai en labatani meeting boro ida bo en Faith Kipyegon tinya ga sartan ne bodai go shek tamanak sumuk ak tipta ak segondi shek tipmak mut en lap notok ne bo en dai go shek tamanak mut chotone chetingen gap notok ne nyinet labot dai go shek tiptem che segondi shek tiptem che tinyen kandoinatet labatindet Agnes Chebet kondoen labatindet Faith Kipyegon. Miten kora Miriam Chebet eng boroindotok nebo mut koboto Karen Chebet ko kikir kolaboti eng labatosiek choton chebo en Athletics Kenya Cross Country series ako mamiten la chenge labatindet Joycelyn Chepkosgei tos kaimuch kolabat inendet eng labatet nitok. Miten en league notok nenywanet ne inegen ruoik oengu chitab Kalenjin labatindet noton Agnes Chebet ak Faith Kipyegon komiten en league notok nenywanet en labatosiek choton chebo cross country ni kokibourenji en yuton nebo Sirikwa Classic. Chepchebindo notok ne inegen konyone en komosta notok nebo nyokokesu lap notok nebo somok notok nebo labatanitok. Kasarta notok ne chepchep missing nekakomuch ko bor labatindet maimuch kotestai ak lap notok nebo oeng labatindet noton Lois Chekwemoi eng labatanitok. Inendet ko kokoibata lap notok nebo oeng wedi kokesu lap notok nebo oeng kobaten konyek tugul kokere Agnes Chebet ne inganan konam kolabat labatosiek choton chebo road race kokibel 10 kilometers road race kikolabat labatet nebo half marathon kokoimuch komwa inendet kole moche koisto disappointment nekitinye en kenyit nekosirtoi notok nekitinye kakotenet ni maimuch inendet kolabat eng labatet notok nebo kolabati emetab Kenya en Olympics maimuch koting trials kosubkei ak nekitinye kakotenet eng season nekosirtoi komwa inendet kole focus nenyin tugul nebo kenyini ko koyai komie en kebeberta notok nebo track ibwatile kokotougei track and field meet chebo kibagengeit notok nebo Athletics Kenya. Lelesta notok ne inegen inyokwendi lap notok nebo somok labatindet noton Agnes Ngetich inendet ko 10 kilometers world record holder kasarta notok nekisir Immaculate Anyango en kenyit nekosirtoi ko notok nebo dakikoshek 32 ak sekondishek 55. Tos imuch kobor noton anan kosir noton labatindet Agnes Ngetich just maybe kosubkei ak chepchebindo notok nekakomuch kobourenji inendet nekakomuch kolabat koimuch kochuchuch kasarta notok nekibo kenyit.
Very humid, and then 2 years later, or rather 2 years later, there she was Olympic champion, attempting a double which has never been attempted before successfully by a Kenyan woman runner. She's, as I said, she's just making athletics look so easy, but look what is behind. Look at the mayhem she has left. She's like one person demolition squad. Yeah,
That's right. That's right.
yeah. So right now we say that what is the future? The future is very bright. Why? It's because our women have found their groove. They are well focused in whatever they do. They don't have hassles or any interferences or any distractions. So we are going to be hearing more of our women, and which is good because the women are beautiful. Athletics is beautiful. It makes the sport look beautiful and very appealing.
Faith Kipyegon eating up that obstacle, the man-made hill.
Half marathon kotinye kasarta nebo sait agenge dakikoshek 3 ak sekondishek 4 eng labatet no eng kasarta notok nekisire kabelisiet eng Valencia labatindet noton Agnes Ngetich notok neikere komiten tai notok nebo labatani ko kiimuch eng labatanaton ko kiimuch kolabat world record time eng 5 kilometers. Chepchebindo notok ne inegen netinye labatindet noton Agnes Ngetich eng labatet notok nebo Oslo eng 3000 meters eng kenyit nebo 2023 ko kimuch kosir kasarta nebo dakikoshek 8 sekondishek 32 kenuch 6 eng 5000 meters ne labatet ne specialty nenyinet gotinye personal best kasarta notok ne chep kosubkei ak kibagenge notok nebo World Athletics kotinye kasarta notok nebo dakikoshek 14 ak sekondishek 36.7 eng labatet nebo 5000 meters. Eng 10,000 meters kotinye kasarta notok nebo kisire kasarta nebo 5000 meters in Paris in 2023. Eng 10,000 meters gotinye kasarta nebo dakikoshek 31 sekondishek 34 kenuch sisit somok eng Budapest en kenyit noto nebo 2023. Kenyit nebo 2023 ko ki kenyit ne inegen en Agnes Chebet notok netesetai koboru kimnotet notok ne inegen, lelesta notok ne inegen, komiten ligit notok nemiten inegen eng taitab field nebo lelesta nekokimuch kiyum en yuton bo Sirikwa Classic.
We have seen with Agnes today from 17th to 4th and now to a possible podium finish.
Right, and it looks like Faith is a little worn out because to my eye, it looks like Janeth was catching up and now in contention for the second place finish.
Whatever the case, if you look at
Labatine Nathan Agnes Chebet Ketich kotinye kasarta nebo dakikoshek 10 ak sekondishek 30 Labatine Nathan Faith Kipyegon kotinye kasarta nebo dakikoshek 20 ak sekondishek 18 nguni koimuch kemwa kele tinye kandoinatet Agnes Chebet nebo kasarta notok nebo nekit sekondishek 40 negit sekondishek negit dakika agenge ak negit dakikoshek 10 en kasarta notok kumalunyo kobendi lap notok nebo let rwoik chuton ibwat ile labatet notok nebo 10 kilometers koko 2 kilometers loop kobendi rwoik korwoe laps 5 laps en labatanitak ako kakomuch kokeskei laps somoku lelesta notok ne inegen en boroindo kakomuch kobuit walet en boroindo notok nebo 4 amun Cynthia Chepngeno ko kakomuch kochortagei akoi boroindo notok nebo 5 en boroindo notok nebo 4 nguni komiten Miriam Chebet komiten sekondishek 20 sekondishek 30 batai notok nebo Faith Kipyegon ko kaibata lap notok nebo somok kobaten indiger ek tayun en kiptanganyit notok nemiten yuton bo Lobo Village ko lelesta notok ne inegen netesetai koboru labotindet Agnes Chebet Ngetich ko preview tugul kokere konyek tugul labatoniton akokere konyek labotindet niton nemiten tai Agnes Chebet akoboto labotindet niton Faith Kipyegon nemiten eng boroindo notok nebo eng chon ko alak eng rwoik choton chemiten komosta notok nebo labataniton miten akoi chumbek kotesetai koone rwoik choton chemiten tai eng labatanitak en top 10 choton chebo rwoik chemiten komiten tai kou keiker Agnes Ngetich, Faith Kipyegon komiten eng boroindo nebo 2, Janet Chemngetich komiten eng boroindab 3, Miriam Chebet komiten eng boroindab 4, Cynthia Chepngeno komiten eng boroindab 5, Karen Chebet komiten eng boroindab 6, Jane Gatti komiten eng boroindab 7 ak Kalal Ellen komiten eng boroindab 8, Jerry Mwangi komiten eng boroindab 9 ak Chepkorir Chebi Lilian komiten eng boroindo notok nebo 10. Top 10 eleu labatosek chuton en kasarta notok top 10 notok nemiten labatosek chuton top 10 eleu eng labataniton bo Sirikwa Classic cross country eng lap notok nebo let ne inegen otuitosi ak Savannah Boy kongeten komosta notok nebo tulondok choton chebo Tugene Josephat Kebut koibun itondo notok ne inegen en kasarta notok ne kimong'u koges labatani ko kabelindet labatindet noton Agnes Ngetich ne miten tai eng labatani keng'olole agoi nguni. Kamang'unetab kei neinegen chitab Kalenjin nekaimuch komong'ei kasubik choton chebo labatet en yuton bo Lobo Village kobaorionchi labatanitak ako treat notok nekacheng'e icheket ako kokimwaun en yuton bo
of 6 minutes 30 seconds, so she slowed down a little bit from the second loop, and this is now it. This is now the finish of lap 4, and now she's heading towards the 5th and final lap.
Actually, irrespective of her speed, she feels that she's very comfortable, and nothing and nobody is going to touch her. But again, to add a touch of class, she's not going to slow down to show that, look, I'm the champion today. I had prepared well, and nobody can stop me. This sort of performance at this level is not very rare in cross country. At times it happens. I remember Mombasa World Cross Country Championships, where athletes who had prepared so well, including Kenenisa Bekele, being vanquished by the weather conditions. So these weather conditions are atrocious. So let's note that it's only today is what the true definition of survival for the fittest.
Agnes Jebet-Ngetich running very strong, still looking very, very comfortable. She ate up the last the last man-made hill, which would be the penultimate obstacle,
well,
the penultimate hill obstacle on this lap.
So as she comes towards the finish, we would say this is a crowning moment. What a race! This is amazing, amazing from this lady of only 24 years. After 3 years of trial, today she has finally realized what she has been looking for all that long time. And from now, there's never ever for her going to look back.
It looks like we've lost an athlete at this time,
and that is,
and Faith Kipyegon as well has stopped.
It is
really not the race we were hoping for, but it just might have taken too much from her. Like we said, the conditions are adverse. It is a 26 degrees Celsius day.
Yes.
The sun is bright, it is dusty, it is dry. So Faith Kipyegon takes a bow and will not be finishing this race. Most unfortunate.
It's certainly a big blow, because after stopping, you can see she decided to sit down and she has no energy to continue. So instead of damaging herself more, it means that she has had enough. Thank you to these atrocious weather conditions.
Right,
so,
Janet Chepngetich in second position with almost a minute of difference between her and the first place, Agnes Jebet-Ngetich.
It shows that if you see now that position that is between Ngetich and Chebet is about 31 seconds. And you can see between first and fourth is 1.5 minutes. That shows that Agnes is in a class of her own. And,
absolutely in a class of her own. Being cheered on as she makes it towards the finish. We are going to have a new champion in the Sirikwa Classic 10-kilometer senior women's race, and the name is Agnes Jebet-Ngetich. Barring any disaster,
absolutely,
and it looks unlikely to me, but this has been the most dominant performance that we've had in the history of the Sirikwa Classic. Faith Kipyegon won the 2023 edition. And she also was very, very dominant.
Gumiteneng boroindo notong nebo aeng. Chepngeno Cynthia gumiteneng boroindo notong nebo angwan. Ag Chebet Miriam gumiteneng boroindo nebo somok. Karen Chebet gumiteneng boroindo abmut. Agagati Jen gumiteneng boroindo notong nebo inguni. Faith Kipyegon koguchorge agoy boroindo notong nebo sogol eng labatani. Miten nguni taitaba Faith Agnes Chebet taitaba patay nebo Agnes Chebet Faith Kipyegon en gasata nebo dagigo segaeng ametena ge unek Savannah boy komutin agoy finish line notong nebo labatan nebo kwonyi kituitos en gasartin matian kongeten mixed zone kenyorun ngalalutik ag ruwaik chutog.
Ay kongoi mising Martin. Nakayach nguni kwa komosta notok nebo aeng. Ole kitare labatet. Takotestai labatet eng kiwanja orito lindoi. Agnes Chebet-Ngetich kongete county notok nebo Baringo, world record holder eng labatet notok nebo 10 kilometers. Kagoistogei eng labatet kabilindet konyil somok nebo labatet notok nebo 1500 meters ne kora ko record holder eng labatanatak notok ko Faith Chemngetich Kipyegon ne kagoistogei eng labatani. Nguni ko boriet notok nebo Chemngetich, Janeth nemiten eng boriet notok nebo aeng ak Agnes Chebet Ngetich. Ibwat ile Janeth Chemngetich kubun komosta noton nebo South Rift ko inendet ko kabilindet nebo Africa eng labatet noton nebo mitaisiek 1000 yai komie inendet eng kebeberta noton nebo Africa eng labatet ab mitaisiek 1000. Miten eng boroindo nebo somok Miriam Chebet angalali eng tai akobo itondo noton nebo emet ole kamwaun alenjinin miten barak mising, lale mising asista eng yubo Lobo Village. Miten barak mising kabeletab kei eng kos akora kolale mising asista eng yu. Chekere eng yo kole ko mashabik biikab emet chekakomongei eng chongindo mising kobo koborionji labatani. Ako inguni dakikaisiek 26 ak sekundisiek 84 kondoi world record holder eng labatetab 10 kilometers notok ko Agnes Chebet. Ako ibwat ile kasarta age tugul ng'ete nguni konyoni inendet asikobelis eng labatani. Kenyitab 2023 ko kilabat eng yu. Konaat labatani ko Agnes Tirop. Nyoni kotare labatindet Agnes Chebet Ngetich. Konyoni komie inendet kakoker lainda noton nebo kabelisiet eng tai nenyi kokoristo kakwautiet netai nebo aeng nebo somok record holder nebo labatetab 10 kilometers. Boiboiyet noton neinegei konde eunek chek barak kabelindet noton nebo labatet nebo 10 kilometers kebeberta nebo senior women 2025 Absa Sirikwa Classic Cross Country ko labatindet Agnes Chebet Ngetich nekakoboisie kasarta noton nebo dakikaisiek 32 ak sekundisiek 42 kobelis eng labatani. Kong'alale inendet mising akobo chopchinetab kei nebo season nemiten tai. Ako eng nguni kakomuch kosulda notok amun eng asista notok nebo Lobo Village, lalang'yet notok nebo Eldoret, kakomuch komuitechi chotok tugul record holder nebo 10 kilometers akoek kabelindet. Konyek nguni komiten eng kabilisiet notok nebo Tokyo World Championships ole kamang'unet notok nebo labatindet age tugul kokolabati emenyi. Nekit dakikaisiek ata, nekit dakikayat agenge batai konyoni labatindet Janeth Chemngetich kobun South Rift nekikabelindet anan inendet kotindo kasarta noton nemie mising eng Africa eng labatetab 10 kilometers nyokotare eng boroindo noton nebo aeng. Kabelindet nebo labatet notok nebo kenyitab 2023 komaimuch kotar labatani Agnes Chebet Ngetich. Inganda maimuch kotar labatet Faith Chemngetich kochute inendet eng kitabusiek chotok chebo historia nebo koner kokochi cherset ako labat eng tai notok nebo mashabik chebo gaa. Boiboiyet notok neinegei eng Agnes Chebet ne kong'alali inendet eng betutab amut kokomwae kole tomo kobeligei koboto Faith ako kayanenyi ak kamang'unenyi kokomiten koker kole katar labatet komie. Ako imuch kotyech tai Faith Chebet Ngetich kwo tai ako ng'etu eng tai ak eng let koek inendet nekaek netai kosire lainda noton nebo kabelisiet. Ako nguni ko kabelindet nebo labatani Absa Sirikwa Classic.
She had a very, very busy season in 2024, and the fact that she's coming back into competition after let's say 5 months, and then had her performance before she retired showed that she was consistently in control of what she's doing. But I cannot write Faith off. Being this a cross-country event, and anything do happen in cross-country events, because the schedules are very, very different, the conditions are different, and you are running on a track, you are running on a course, not an even course, you are running on an even course.
And
So
did you notice where she stopped? Just at where her daughter was watching from.
Was watching. Yeah, it's somehow not very good, but it also shows that this element of tenacity. Life is not a smooth sailing boat.
Say life is not a smooth sailing boat. We've seen a very, very grueling 10-kilometer race here with Faith dropping out just a bit. And of course, the race was won by Agnes, who just dominated from gun to tape. Very unique style of running. She shows why she's been dominating in the 10K on the road, and of course in Valencia she also did wonders, running the second fastest time over the half marathon, sorry. And I'm looking at the statistics. The Kenyans today are really dominating compared to what happened in Chepsaita last year, where we had the foreign athletes coming in and towing us around. This has been completely different.
That's right. Sometimes Uganda offers. That's absolutely right. Sometimes Uganda are formidable opponents when you have the likes of Jacob Kiplimo and Joshua Cheptegei, and who you're referring to is really Lois Chepkemoi, a Ugandan 3,000 meter steeplechaser.
Actually, she did 34 minutes. 32 seconds. That was quite fast.
With that kind of undulating course, that was quite the performance. But it's never good. It's never good when it's a local meet and you have first and second position going to Uganda and then Ethiopia. However, there was some saving grace by Biwott, and we managed to. Actually, really just round up the podium.
That was in the 10-kilometer men's race, where we had Samuel Chebole winning the 10 kilometers. That was in Chepsaita. But then look at Faith. She, in the press conference yesterday, she said that she was really longing to see if she can compete and, of course, finish in the podium. But then came Agnes, very strong. Look at how she ran this race. From gun to tape, she was just on top of her game, and you could feel that she owned everything in this Lobo village.
Ika Sports Camp is her stable, and I don't know what they're doing at the Ika. Maybe we need to go and visit, because that was absolute sheer dominance.
That was sheer dominance, of course, and a very tactical race. But then look at Faith with the band on her head. Of course, it has an ice pack for cooling. Look at the temperatures here. It's not friendly for anybody right now. But then Agnes could afford a smile as she finished, as she navigated through the third lap. You could feel that she was way, way, way ahead. 19:37 on the third lap.
I had a conversation with Agnes Jabet Ngetich's coach Silas, and he mentioned that what had happened in Belgrade is that when Agnes woke up, she wasn't feeling 100%, and that sometimes happens on the day of the race. So you're not able to show up as your best. You've been training for the championships all this while, but on the day you don't feel your best, and she ended up being placing fourth at those championships. But it was a beautiful, beautiful championships to watch, with Kenyan women dominating from position 1 all the way to 5. In fact, it was 6, but now it's 5. now it's 5 because of some most unfortunate suspensions. But this was Agnes. We should rename this day to Agnes Jabet Day.
Maybe we should, because you look at the lineup for last year, and something interesting. Cynthia is again on the podium, and she did it last time out. But then it's all about Agnes Jabet Ngetich, who finishes 32 minutes 43 seconds. It's seconds lower, a microsecond slower than what the Ugandan did in Chepsaita. But then you look at the conditions, it's quite different. But then what comes from this 10-kilometer senior women's race, an elite event? You need to prepare. That's all that comes out. Just prepare and make sure that you are in good shape. Just as Agnes, everyone was talking about her pre-event. Everybody was talking about her coming to dominate this one, and of course she's ensured that she's lit up the crowd, and the officials' results are out. Agnes Jebet-Ngetich, 32 minutes 43 seconds. Janet Jebet-Ngetich, African champion over the 10,000 meters, coming in second. Miriam Chebet in third. Cynthia Chepngeno, she was on the podium last time out. She is on the podium right. She's
finishing right off the podium.
Right off the podium
at this edition.
And then Karen Chebet also coming in 5th place. But right now it's time for the men to battle out to see who will be the next, rather the new champion.
I was looking out for Joyceline Jepkosgei because she claimed this title last year, and I was wondering how she'd do it to defend it. I don't know. Can you see how Joyceline performed today?
We're trying to locate the results once they stream in, but then of course the attention has turned to the 10 kilometers men's race, and this is where it's gonna be tough because you look at how it's been lined up. Daniel Simiu, Jacob Krop, who really had good words yesterday in the press conference. These are athletes that everybody will be looking at. But of course, we are waiting for the finish of this 10-kilometer women's race. Of course, athletes from other countries coming in and making it a lively event. And looking at the number of entries in this one, there were close to 148, and that is Viola Silvier of the Czechia, formerly known as the Czech Republic, who came in quite a can't tell which position, but then she just came in.
Yeah, Nakoya next week. Lakini after that, onyo train in World Championship. Yeah.
5,000 meters and again 10,000 meters.
When do you both event? Yes. All about the 5,000 and 10,000.
Yeah. Kongoi missing Janet talking about ngita ke tugul nemye chitab college kole tata si gomuch go japchige inenet go labate ni wikit ne meeting time ni senke meeting time eng Nagoya eng meet na tog nebo Japan laba kabele tap ke na tog ne go giba orionji maimuch go tar labati na tana Faith Kipyegon ko baten kabelinde ko labati na tana Agnes Chebet ne gaimuch ko sir kabelishet from gun to tip aga gole chapchineji bage nguni kote tat konde focus labatet nebo 10,000 meters koni go genyit nebo kabelishet na tag nebo World Championships ruwaik tugul jiga imut ko tareng podium ko gere konye kwaga kabelishet nebo World Championships kagiba orange lele stani ndege eng labatet nebo gomosto na tag nebo muren nebo kwanyik tos kiba orange noton eng labatet nebo gomosto na tag nebo murenik nemiten Jacob Keirop eng kwenutab ruwaik alak chebo emet na tag nebo Kenya kina noton en kasarta nebo ingweny nebo daiko sekta sam chemiten tai yeizgesuge labatet noton awegun soit captain in komosto noton nebo commentary box.
Kongoi mising Martin labatet notok, kongoi mising Martin Cheruyot Chegunur ngalalet notok nebo kabelik chebo kebeberta nebo senior women. Nguni ko kakotoige labatet notok nebo kebeberta nebo kwony murenik. Labatet notok nebo let eng betutab rani kebeberta notok nebo senior men. Labatet notok neinege labatet notok mite barak mising
himself and ensured that everybody talked about him. And he's one athlete who never gives up, despite him missing out to the Team Kenya Olympic. It's going to be dusty, it's going to be fast, and of course something that will excite both viewers at home and of course here at the Lobo Village Resort. And it is the first lap of the 10 kilometers senior men's race.
And you know, the dust that we saw, the cloud of dust, is really what I would say. Oh, there is Daniel Simiyu Benyo. But that cloud of dust is really what I would say is characteristic of the Sirikwa Classic. When you think about the unique features of this cross-country race, you cannot understate how much dust plays a role in these championships. Daniel Ebenyo will be gunning for a successive victory. Not many people have been able to do that. He clinched last year's title. He's a former world half marathon record holder, and also former world half marathon record holder Kibiwot Kandie is here today. Is that Abraham Kibiwot that I spot?
Yes,
The
Abraham
steeplechase.
steeplechaser. Also note Jacob Kirop is also in the mix. That tells you that this is a very rich field that anybody is capable of.
Jacob Kirop.
Yeah, Jacob Kirop, yeah.
He's been training in Japan,
Yes.
but returned to Kenya to participate in the nationals. And it's interesting to see what kind of form he's in, because he is a world silver medalist.
And of course, as usual, we'll always have pacemakers. And this is going to be very interesting to see how it goes. But then Daniel Simiyu, another athlete that we've really talked about, he missed out in Team Kenya's squad to the Olympics after falling out just before the finish line. He was leading the 10,000 meters trials in Oregon, and then he was so unfortunate. So many things came afterwards, a lot of talk about him not feeling nice about everything that happened. But then when he came to the cross-country series, he won in E10, and he was like, I think I'm trying to ensure that I'm in my best shape. I want to represent Kenya at the Tokyo 2025 World Athletics Championships. And you can see he clearly is well prepared for the season. He's started well. He looks to be very injury-free. And we look at the permutations, you're like, he is a man to beat in this field.
That's right. Daniel Ebenyo unfortunately tumbled over in Hayward Field when the Kenya team was hosting where the Kenya team hosted the 10,000 meter trials for the Olympics that would be held in Paris. And he felt, you know, the Kenyan selection is the team selection is most interesting. So you have top 2, and then the third is by the discretion of a committee. And Ebenyo thought that this time he deserved that position. But would you know that it was given to the actual third place finisher?
It's a debate that really caused stir around the internet, everybody talking about it. But then he says that he wants to redeem himself this season. So we wait to see, will he finish top here? Because 208 entrants in this 10 kilometers senior men's race.
And you see, Ebenyo's range is quite special. He wants to be considered. He will likely participate in the 10,000 meter trials. But then there was also talk of him saying that he wants to represent Kenya in the marathon.
It's a discussion that has been there, but then it's like, is he ready to shift from this? I think maybe he might try one season on track. Then if things go according to plan, then he is in for the marathon, which is something that most athletes do when they enter their yesteryears of their career, the sunset for that matter.
We're going to be seeing how this race spreads out. It's looking like the leading pack is still very, very much bunched up, and it's hard to tell how it will go. But Daniel Simiyu Ebenyo still determined to stay in the lead pack and a definite contender for champion at this year's Sirikwa Classic.
You can see athletes also from different parts of the world coming in. We have athletes from Germany, Czechia, Uganda, of course, must be represented, Ethiopia. So this is an event that has attracted many athletes from all over the world, making it a gold level. And of course, in Kenya, we host 2 gold level events annually, every season rather, starting the Chepsaita towards the close of the year, and then we begin the year with this Sirikwa Classic that is currently happening with the last event of the day, as you can see on your screens right now.
This men's field is 208 strong.
208?
208.
That's a huge number.
That's a huge number. It'll be interesting to see how many finishers we get from that 208. And speaking of Czechia, and Poland. There were several countries that were represented here today, including Ethiopia, Uganda, Tanzania, and Poland. During the presser, the Polish athlete mentioned that it's going to be very, very interesting to see how he acclimatizes to the conditions here today, because back home the conditions are 10 degrees Celsius, and it must be really, really very tough to come from 10 degrees Celsius to 27 degrees at this time.
From 10 to 27.
From snow to dust.
From snow to dust at the Lobo Village. Daniel Simiyu Ebenyo, after the first lap, 6:24, with Daniel Kimayo in second. I'm looking at that. 6:24, it's quite fast after 2 kilometers.
6:24 is a very, very fast split. That is true. But you know who's faster? Agnes Jebet-Ngetich.
What did she...
There was a solid 6:18 split.
6:18, and this is 6:24.
Her second split was 6:18.
Oh,
she's unreal.
Oh,
Superhuman.
That's unreal. But the Daniel Simiyu is a man. I think he's just trying to dictate this. I'm trying to locate where Jacob Krop is. But then Daniel Simiyu Ebenyo is a man on a mission right now. He says that he wants to dominate the local scene. He wants to dominate the international scene. So this is it. This is his time. Will he be able to stay afloat? Will he be able to ensure that he navigates through this track and, of course, this course, of course, and make a mark for himself, the man from Baragoi in Turkana County?
That's right. In the leading pack, I've also spotted Gideon Rono Kipkertich.
Yes.
Kipkertich. What a unique name. And that's how it's looking by the water showers, the water sprinkler, to offer some respite, some relief from this very dusty, hot Uasin Lobo Village course.
And you look at the crowd, crowded at that point. It's like maybe they want to feel the breeze.
I think it's just it's a more fun spot to watch.
It's also it's a spectacle on its own.
Watching your favorites get showered is really quite something. Ibrahim Hussein is an alumnus of the University of New Mexico, which is where Ishmael Rokito is now based at. And at the University of New Mexico, they call their mascot Lobo, which is Spanish for wolf. So
that's borrowed.
Yes.
By Ibrahim Hussein.
Exactly. He met his wife at the University of New Mexico, which is just an interesting fun fact. So Lobo Village is the village of the wolves.
Talk about the village of wolves here. You look at how compact the first batch of athletes is, makes it so hard to tell.
Yeah, it's still early days. It's still early days, but you can still see dominance. It's definitely going to be one of these 9 or so men.
Yes, and with Daniel Kimayo currently leading on. Another big name, Daniel Kimayo, who's also dominated the National Cross Country Series a couple of times. But Simiyu just responds and ensures that he dictates as usual. A man who has a very devastating kick. But then Daniel Kimayo, also another big name that has always caused stars to many people. And looking at Daniel Simiyu, and right now we are talking about Daniel Kimayo. They too had a very good race at the national championships, and it's something that is worth talking about. And the experience that comes from such events help them grow stronger coming into the season, Peter.
Yeah, when you look at Daniel, the first loop was that the man was lower than Agnes. Agnes was actually in a world of her own. But you can see this race, everybody is looking at each other. So the pace is going to be slowed down until maybe about midway, when it will start forming out, and we'll be able to know what is going on. But when going back to Ebenyo, he's been a fantastic athlete. That he missed the trials because he could not be able to race in the trials for the 10,000 meters. And the fact that he has said that he wants to win here, win at home, and win internationally means that he has only one goal this year, and that is the world title, which obviously if he can win in Tokyo will be very good for this country, because at least we have been having a problem with the 5 and the 10,000 meters at international competition.
Daniel Simiyu, of course, winning last year's event ahead of
As you have rightfully said, that as a defending champion, winning back-to-back is a big achievement in an event that we have athletes from different parts of the world, as well as Kenya finest. And you said in a field of 200 runners. That's a huge opposition. So if he's able to win today, and you can see that he's been able to control the pace, then we are going to see a lot of running here, and interesting results as the race continue to unfold.
Festus Kiprop currently navigating himself through that first lot, but it is still Daniel Simiyu who is leading into the second lap, 12:27.
Yeah, but very soon we'll start to see the field starting to spread. But the split of 1 second means nothing. These top 5 athletes, they are all stands a chance to perform well, or we can still not be able to define a winner as of now from this leading pack. They are still doing the waiting game, but very soon, and as you can see, Ebenyo knows what he's doing. He's very vast in this track. So yeah, we are going to see a lot of good cross-country running as the clock continue to tick.
Charles Lokir did it in 2023. In 2024, it was all about Daniel Simiyu Ebenyo, the current leader in this one. But then you look at how closely packed this is. Still no clear favorite to this one. Simiyu now in second place as they navigate through the third lap.
Well, yeah, it is interesting, and it is from here that we'll start to see the race unfolding. He cannot afford at this hour to let his lead slip away, because of his experience, and especially on this track. He can only keep up with the leading pack to ensure that he's able to control, or he's able to mark whoever is ahead of him.
And looking at the crowd there, this is what they came to see. This is what they came to watch. And of course, they are enjoying every bit. But as Manya said earlier, it's getting mad. Is it murkier as they... It's getting murkier as they head towards the business end of events here. It was quite clean in the morning, but right now, you'll find that the spikes will be filled with
that's now
sand.
It makes the race interesting already. Yeah, those who started in the morning, the course was clean, but after being pounded by close to 1,000 feet, it means that the surface is getting loose. Then with the water splashes getting into the athletes' running shoes, it means there's a level of not being very comfortable. And this way now, experience and determination and gritty determination plays a role. I'm sure these guys, they know very well about their footwear.
Close to 14 athletes still navigating through that. It's the third lap of the 10-kilometer senior men's race here at the Lobo Village Resort here in Kapseret, Uasin Gishu County. And of course, we've been witnessing very interesting times here. That means that we are about to witness yet another good moment here in the 10 kilometers senior men's race, with focus being on Mr. Daniel Simiyu Ebenyo, the man from Baragoi, the man who's already conquered the world in different races. But right now he's aiming to see if he can actually make it a double and win back-to-back Sirikwa Classic 10-kilometer races. It's all happening here at the Lobo Village Resort, a place where champions are made. We are doing the 4th edition of the Sirikwa Classic.
Well, as we are entering to the closing stages of today's activities, it should be noted that it is very unique that these people are running mid-afternoon after waiting from morning up to this hour. Well, nonetheless, we can see that let's see, we can see that the pace has not changed that much, and Ebenyo is still controlling the pace, which is really interesting as we head towards the midway stage, and the next few the next remaining laps will be very interesting, because at least for value for the money for the spectators, would love to see a very close race, and more so if it's possible to see a photo finish.
Mr. Peter Tuitoik Kebenei currently in 3rd place, but they are exchanging leads in a way that you cannot predict who is going to risk first and hit the front. Simiu trying so hard to stay there, but then Kebenei is also on his neck. A couple of athletes just in that front pack, they are like timing each other, but then experience will come to play at the end of the day.
As you can see, Ebenyo continues looking behind his back, and very soon we are going to see that the lead pack, they are going to split from the bigger pack, and again, interestingly, you are going to see the race as people now line up and start determining. Once they line up, then we know that the definition of the race, the direction of the race is going to take a definitive direction.
Waiting to see what will transpire as we navigate this 10-kilometer senior men's race. Daniel Simiyu there in the pink bib, trying so hard to ensure that he becomes the first man to defend back-to-back titles here at the Sirikwa Classic.
As we see that now we are climbing again that Agony Hill, whereby only the best are able now to master this, and Benyo has been able to master this, and the fact that he has at will deciding whether to be on the front, whether to be chasing, that means that he's a man on a mission and he knows exactly what he's doing.
Robert Kiprop also in the leading pack, but then this man's finished 7th last year. Right now is in the top 5. What are the prospects? Are we gonna see him maybe try to make amends, because finished out off the podium last time out, but right now he's trying so hard. He's in the leading pack together with Simiu, together with the likes of Titus Kiprotich Kibet. This man Robert, he's also had a very good series during the national cross country edition.
Robert is good, but you know, previous results cannot define the results of today. Maybe they can define the results of tomorrow. So from what his performance last year, and we can see what he's doing, is that today he's going for the he's going for the victory. And again, after having experience, he also has the experience. And the beauty about this race is that the weather conditions have more or less been the same. It has been hot and dusty at this time of the year, so nothing much has changed. What has changed is probably the form, as because we have started the year. Most of the athletes have started the year, and the weekend cross country event, as well as the regional and the national championships, have come very close in between the nationals and and Sirikwa. So in a way, it has maintained the performance level of athletes. At the same time, it's also a bit tiring. However, all these people you can see now, Ebenyo has started breaking away, and looks like if nobody tries to catch up with him, then he has everything. Like, he knows exactly what he's doing. So this will be a very, very interesting race to watch as from this stage.
Daniel Simiyu Ebenyo aiming to be the first man to defend back-to-back titles here at the Sirikwa cross country. And you look at how confident Ebenyo is. He's being cheered on by the crowd, but then yet again he faces challenges from close to 6 athletes. This is still not yet done.
It's not yet done. Nonetheless, if he can be able to maintain this, if he can be able to win this race, the beauty is that with such performances where an athlete dominates 1 or 2 years, it defines an event. And when you're doing a build-up towards the event, people tend to remember about a particular person. So should he win today, then he certainly will become the face of Sirikwa.
And talk about his papa. You say the past does not define the moment right now, but this man has really made sure that he stays up there. Is it time for him, let's say, to go for that world title that it has been very elusive for Kenya? He's dominated the local scene, the 10,000 meters. He missed out going to the Olympics, but right now he is in prime position to run and go to Tokyo, maybe claim gold with these performances.
Well, if that happens, it will be great, because if I'm not wrong, we have not won the 10,000 meters world title since 2002. We are talking of 24 years. And this 10,000 has been so elusive, and if there's a man who is capable of doing that, bringing back that elusive medal at the World Championships, then it is Ebenyo, which is very good, because a victory here will give him the mental fortitude. It will give him the right vision, the positive visions of doing very well from here, because you don't underrate this race at this level, because this is a very tough race, and you're not going to see any other tough race even at the national trials on the track.
Is this the 4th lap? Of course, Daniel Simiyu way ahead. He's opened a huge gap, just like what we witnessed in the women's race, where Agnes just decided, this is my race, I'm gonna do it. Daniel, by the way, has just led from Ghana. Will he make it to the tape?
Oh yeah, you know, when we are now on the 4th lap, and he has already reached and gone this far, and he has broken away, then I can see that this is a repeat of the women 10 kilometers races, which is good for Ebenyo, is good for the race, because now we can be able to identify Sirikwa with one particular individual. That is a brand. He becomes a brand of Sirikwa. He becomes the face of Sirikwa. And the way he has done this is with overwhelming superiority. It is not by fluke. It is something that he has planned, and he wants to execute it with machine-like efficiency.
Of course, efficiency is what is needed to persevere through all this, and you can see Daniel Simiyu Ebenyo running there, navigating to ensure that he goes, and he hits the bell right now into the last lap, the 5th lap, the most crucial. This is a place where he now needs total focus, total mental focus on this race, and of course ensuring that there are no blips.
Yeah, as you can see now, he's going for the final punishment, and you can see he's navigated over the hill with so much ease, and he's not showing any signs of fatigue. He's looking very comfortable, and now he doesn't have to look behind him, because he knows that he has wrapped this race. It is for the taking, which is a fantastic game plan, which he had planned, and he knew that he's going to win. This is not again by fluke. This is another replica of what Agnes did a few minutes ago, because I don't see the splits, but you can see
the likes of Robert Kibet in 15th. That is not what we really expected. The likes of Daniel Kimayo in 10th place, not really what we expected, but the focus now is on this man who seems to be jogging away to victory.
We have to agree on one thing, and that is that in cross country, it is one long agonizing journey.
Jacob grew up in 21st.
In 21st, again, it is the
underwhelming.
It is the weather conditions. These weather conditions, unless you know, unless maybe you got the algorithm right about your body, is that it's not favorable. But as we have seen already, Ebenyo has wrapped it up, and you can see again the gap is widening, and there's no way he's gonna lose this race.
And you can see, you talked about lapping.
Yes.
On the course.
That is
it's not easy. It's gruesome.
You started together, and then you're being lapped, and not even being lapped, but you have been overtaken.
Total dominance from this man.
Total dominance from this person. As of now, we are seeing, and you see a man in the making, a man coming of age, a man who wants to dominate and to grab that title that has eluded so many Kenyans for almost a quarter a decade, and that is the 10,000 meters. Already, with victory of his last year's victory, he has proven that he's a master of cross country. Now, can he be able to replicate that on the track? It looks like he has started the year extremely well, and we can see that I wish this was a year for the World Cross Country Championships. Probably this is a man who is capable of bringing back the senior men's title at the World Cross Country, bring it back home.
He's always said that he wants to bring it home for one more time. You've said 24 years since the last medal came home. It's now time to see if Daniel Simiyu Ebenyo can actually dominate the track, just as he's dominating the cross country. He did it last year. He's almost doing it here again to become the first man to win the 10-kilometer senior men's race back to back. It's only edition 4, but powerful performances coming out of this.
Yeah, Ebenyo seems to be improving and becoming better as time goes by, and as you can see, this year it is he's made this cross country running so easy. And at the beginning of the season, we are not yet even started, and he has been able to perform at this level. Shows the commitment and the determination that it is in this man. Should he export what we have seen from cross country to the track, then you are going to see probably this is going to be his year. But meanwhile, there's no way turning back. Ebenyo is coming to win this race, which will be really the climax of bringing down the curtains on the 4th edition of the Sirikwa cross country, with so many people turning up here at Lobo, which shows that cross country, if it is well packaged, is a sport for all ages. Because when you look at the demographics here, it cuts across, which is very, very interesting, very, very impressive. Because I don't think we have seen such a huge crowd in any other sporting event in Kenya in the last 5 months or so. This shows that athletics and with the proper planning, I think the race organizer Barnaba Koril has done a fantastic job, coming on the background of the Chepsaita, and I think that if we can be able to maintain the same, then we are also going to see a lot in the Kip Keino Classic on the track.
After one lap, Simiyu did 6:23 on the split. In the second lap, guess what? 6:03.
6:03.
In the third one, he slowed by a microsecond to do 6:04. And then on the fourth lap, he decided this is it, 5:52.
Now that is insane. That is insane. That here he is. He's coming. He's saluting. He's saying, yeah.
And that is the man. On the home stretch, he knows that he got it. He becomes the first man to defend back-to-back titles in the 10-kilometer senior men's race. Daniel Simiyu Ebenyo, the man from Baragoi.
Wow. What a race. What a fantastic race. It was executed. This is a victory that executed with clockwork precision, as the time he has shown that he was able to run faster and faster and faster.
And that is Nicholas Kipkorir, the man who's dominated the 1,500 meters. And then in third place, just about edging out Robert Kiprop, it is Rono Kipngetich Gideon.
So with the 12 seconds lead, then it means that Ebenyo, and the way he has paced himself to perfection, it means that he's a master of cross-country running. And we are going to see more of this man next year and the other year. So it is a fantastic that we have Simiyu winning the Kipkein, the Sirikwa cross country, it means great for the race.
Last year, Simiyu won this very race, beating Ishmael Rokito, Kipkurui, and then in third place was Langat. But Robert Kiprop, who finished 7th last year, he's finished 5th. This is a man on ascension.
Now that shows that as we continue to have the same cast year in, year out, it means that there is a level, there is a desire for commitment, and that is the commitment that makes or defines a race.
Jacob Krop not really having a good day out. He says he trains in Japan. Of course, came out to try out for the first time this season here at home. Didn't actually live up to expectations. But then, it is just the beginning of the season. And that man, yet again, the man who was born in a very hostile area in the country, but then persevered every hurdle to come and become a champion. And this is exactly what it means to him. Look at how he salutes the club. Look at the joy in his face. And when he crosses the line, he knows that I've made history today, winning back-to-back. 29:58, quite impressive.
Quite impressive indeed. And you say that, his background is humble and very severe. Back home where he comes from, it means that we have many of his type, that we need to go deeper. We have the depth of talent in this country is amazing. It's enormous. And we should treat and encourage of our young people, much as they must embrace education, much as they have to be serious with their education, is the fact that sports, and in particular athletics, is also a source of livelihood and should be treated as a profession.
We are talking about things that have happened before, and previously you and Manya were actually in the booth talking about Faith Kipyegon. She wasn't able to finish this, but then this is just the perfect test before this season that we are just about to start. We actually started it last week with the track and field.
Yeah, well, I will not be very much worried about Faith or anybody who has not performed well today. A good soldier will live to fight for another day. And for those who have lost, including Faith, that is not even a wake-up call. You just say it's just another bad day in the office.
But then you talk about Agnes Ngetich. She's been brilliant on the 10K.
Oh, now that she's an amazing lady. The fact that she could afford to smile about 10-15 meters before the finish, and then smile after the finish while everybody else was gasping for air, means that she had prepared well, and even her graph shows that her progression is not by fluke. From 17th to 4th to 1st, then what next for her? We are going to see a lot from the track.
208 athletes in these 10 kilometers in Dusty Lobo Village course, and you could see everyone was trying so hard to ensure that they are in a good position to have this one done, and you could feel that the vibe was there, the adrenaline was there, everything that you needed in this race was there as they went through that water area, place where they could cool themselves. But then it started splitting up.
Yeah, when you talk of dust, it looks like a horse racing derby. But that dust, it adds, it flavors the race, so that it becomes, it is a test for everything, from your lungs, from your eyesight. They had to undergo all that. But as you can see, Ebenyo knew what he was doing, and he knew best not to let the leading pack to go past him. So it was like police marking, and it was worked perfectly well. And then he knew what is and the best time to break away. And when he did so, he knew that he's going to break the heart and the spirit of everybody else who was behind him. And he has done that again, as I said, with the machine-like efficiency, which means it is good that cross country is very, very. It's never boring. It's not predictable. That is also the beauty about cross country, and the beauty about this race. The fact that he has defended his title does not mean that this race is easy by any means. It just means
he made it look easy.
Yeah, it made it look easy. It means that he trained very, very, very hard, and also it means that he has a very strong foundation from foundation from his youth to where he is. He can only go far. He cannot slow down.
5:52 in the fourth lap.
In the fourth lap, from 6 watts.
From 6:02.
Can you imagine? I mean, in the 2 kilometers. I mean, and he's able. It means that.
Tinatana Gideon Kiprotich notogen ni goimuch kotar eng boroindo notogen ni bo oeng.
Ahead, and he's able to pace himself. I never saw him looking at his watch, but it means that subconsciously he knew what he was doing.
Could it be that maybe he's been here before, he's witnessed it, and he knew exactly when to attack?
Yeah. That is a major advantage as a defending champion. He knows the course very well, and that's why it is always good that you do, reke, you go through the race, through the course.
And let's hear what Daniel Simiyu Ebenyo has to say about his victory.
Thank you. Shiko, take over from there, please.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen,
result, if I'll be there, I'll be happy. If I'll not be there, I will still be happy and wish them good luck. Yeah.
Congratulations na shukran sana Daniel.
Thank you.
Okay, labatinata Daniel Ebenyo Simiyu. Gigo much kustoke inenet in kama
Was won by Daniel Simiyu Ebenyo, and Leonard Bett coming in distance, 21st position, and of course not a really good outing for Mr. Nicholas Kiplimo from Uganda, who came in 34. But then we look at the performances today.
I am there for you and not let you down. So
back-to-back titles here at the Sirikwa Classic. So it is very it's a very special day, a day that we've witnessed elite athletes coming out to try out in this last Gold Classic events, courtesy of the World Athletics, an event that has brought together close to 600 athletes who gathered here at the Lobo Village Resort here in Uasin Gishu County, in a place called Kapseret. And of course, this place owned by 3-time Boston Marathon winner, 1-time New York Marathon winner Mohamed Hussein. He did it. He made sure, Ibrahim Hussein, a man who made sure that Kenya's name was on the mark in Boston. He became the first black man to win the Boston Marathon in 1988, did it in 91 and 92, of course, ensuring that the legacy continued. Of course, those who came after him have already done so, and this place has already made history. This place has already seen us witness very good timings here, and of course the season has just begun. We had the first at the track and field event last week. It was a very good event that took place in Mumias, at the Mumias Sports Complex, and of course plenty more to come, including the second Athletics Kenya track and field event to happen in Thika. But yet again, this has been a very great day of athletics, and we have been here since morning up to now. And now, and we are talking about the 10-kilometer race, and of course, plenty more to come in the season.
That's right, Greg and Peter and Jenga, what a fabulous job. We'll go to the award ceremonies. We're going to go live now to the award ceremonies just to see how our champions have done today, and then we'll be right back.
the neck of Janet with a handshake that is worth $5,000. And in first place, in September 2023, she broke the women-only world 10-kilometer record in Transylvania, set a world record for the 10-kilometer run by a woman in mixed-gender race. Valencia half.
Chakayigochi kabiliga engebebertano traba senior women. Kabilindete record holder labatita 10,000 meters and 10 kilometers. Natago chebe.
When it comes to Absa Sirikwa Classic World Cross Country Tour, ladies and gentlemen, your golden champion, Agnes Chebet Ngetich. It is the DG Evans Kapkea who hands gold medal or puts the gold medal around her neck and then hands her a hefty check worth $6,000. Now there's something that should evoke a smile. Thank you to the dignitaries. And now for the athletes to stand right there for a picture on their own. Between them, we are seeing $15,000. 3 women, 1 claim, podium finish. Thank you very much, ladies. We now turn our attention to the gentlemen. In a minute, we will be there for the gentlemen. Right now, our DJ to entertain us for a moment. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we talk men's race. To wrap it all up on a day that we have entertained and brought in faces, confirmed the old, we get an opportunity to celebrate the 3 podium finishers. Nicholas Kimeli, Gideon Ono, and Dan Ebonyo Simiu. As they go up, I would like to ask for the dignitaries to award, starting off with the PS engineer Tum, who will be joined alongside by Moses Muthui, who's the Consumer Banking Director, Absa Kenya. Nandi Governor Stephen Sang is also here. Oh, how about that? We have a national government, county government, and the money. In third place, Nicholas A to receive his bronze medal. He is a former Olympian, 5,000 meters. Today, he is a bronze medalist at the Absa Sirikwa Classic World Cross Country Tour, the 4th edition. Forget 4. It's all about number 3, Nicholas Kimeli. And with that bronze medal, once again, $4,000 for the elite men 10-kilometer bronze medalist, Nicholas Kimeli. Next on stage, finishing with the silver medal, Gideon Rono, wearing his flowers like the crown that he has earned, stepping on and stepping up to his destiny. And he will be given his medal and his check by Moses Muthui, who is the Consumer Banking Director, Absa Kenya. What a well-deserved run from Gideon. We talk about Gideon's boots. No. It's a track, it's a cross country for this Gideon. Gideon Rono with silver, and now for gold. He did it last time. Being number one is easier as compared to remain up. He proved he can. Daniel Ebonyo Simiyu, world 10,000 meter silver medalist, back to back right here at the Absa Sirikwa Classic World Cross Country Tour, and the man of the moment who knows how to grab the first moments and clearly the second. Fifth in the Chicago Marathon on his first attempt. First at Sirikwa last year, first again this year. $6,000 man, Daniel Simiyu Ebonyo. That's the PS engineer Peter Toom handing it over with a confident clap of congratulations. I'll ask the dignitaries to stand with them to take that picture as we have witnessed history made at Sirikwa by this man with a smile for days. Daniel Simiyu Ebonyo has 6,000 reasons to smile. Now I'll ask the athletes to stand on their respective podiums to take individual pictures. Thank you to our dignitaries, the PA engineer Peter Toom, Consumer Banking Director Absa Kenya, Moses Muthui, and the Governor Stephen Sang. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The man of the moment, surrounded by Gideon Rono and Nicholas Kimeli. History will remember him kindly. History will remember you all kindly for showing up and showing out and supporting our great athletes. Once again, congratulations to Daniel Ebonyo Simiyu. Congratulations to all the medalists today. And above all, congratulations to every single athlete. We will be seeing you next year.
Asante sana Chico. Nashukuru sana. Kwa hivyo tunaenda entertainment kidogo. Wimbo wa Chepsaita. Mwalimu Kenda Gor na wenzako. DJ tuende kazi. DJ.
And that has been the last leg, the last stop of the World Athletics Cross Country Gold Tour. We've been privileged to host the last one this year, and this is actually the first ever cross country to be introduced into the calendar as we approach the World Indoor Championships in Nanjing, China in exactly about 1 month from today. With a highlight, especially for most of the athletes here today, being the World Championships outdoors coming in September in Tokyo, Japan. The energy has been nothing but electric here in the City of Champions. All the more reason why Kenya should gear up to host the 2029 World Championships, and the first ever on this beautiful continent of Africa. We'll leave you with some replays of the cross country that was Sirikwa Classic at the Lobo Village. Unlike anything else, it's a whole other experience. If you're to sum it up in 2 words, I would say sun, dust, and glory. I've been your commentator, Manya Nyamwea, in studio with Greg Mulemi and Peter Njenga. Thanks so much for keeping us company. We'll see you at the next one.
Sign off.